For decades, like most sports, print media dominated by default in motocross and supercross. Iconic publications like Motocross Action, Transworld, and RacerX provided moto fans with features, race results, and insider news. In the early 2000s, the rise of the internet caused a shift in the way we consumed media, but not who generated it. Slowly, print media gave way for online media, and the speed at which news traveled transformed the industry. We got our news faster, but still from the same source. And to get your voice heard meant working your way up through the ranks of legacy media. The rise of social media and algorithmic feeds provided a tipping point that changed the landscape forever, giving rise to independent creators like Johnny Hopper. Creators who have built their own platforms with their own voice, and there are some in the industry that balk at that change. Hopper's question to AP in the Colorado press conference sparked debate between the old and the new, and we figured it was the perfect time to bring him in for his third appearance on the podcast. Gypsy Gang, welcome Johnny Hopper back to the podcast.
Akrapovich, I will say this, best built muffler for the money.
I've never owned one in my life. They f*** those things.
Dude, $1,600, dude.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, you will. You'll do it.
Damn you, Chris Kiefer. They've got one. This part fits your ride. 1,300 with shipping. All right, let's go. So now we hurry up and wait. Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, already.
That's unbelievable. That happened so fast. Because this order was over $79, it qualified for free shipping. And Kiefer was right. Absolutely. This might be the most well-built exhaust I've ever seen. And we wasted no time fitting it to my YZ450. The way the exhaust mounts on Yamahas is unique, but really simple. And in about 20 minutes, we have transformed the look, the sound, and the engine characteristics of this 450. All that's left to do is hit the track. As usual, Kiefer was right. The Acro took the power of the Yami and put it in all the right places. It was smooth off the bottom, but still meaty, and I loved the new exhaust note. To transform your next ride, hit the link in the description and head to motorsport.com. And right now, if you head to motorsport.com/win, you can enter their ultimate ride sweepstakes and win a YZ450F of your own.
I met a Gypsy.
Yo, Johnny Hopper, part 3.
Dude, it's been that long.
I know.
Or 3, right?
3
Trace.
of them. It's about to be 9 hours of this
Dude.
out there existing.
Yeah. It's because
maybe more, because I think we do more than 3 hours when we do these.
it's probably because your voice is so sexy. So
Just soothing, just gets in there. You're the most controversial man in motocross media right now. Is it safe to say?
it should never be about me. So I think this whole thing is blown way out of proportion, and it's about the riders. And I feel like people should be reacting more on AP and Tomac's stoic response on that whole thing. So it is funny how it got caught up. You know, how unfiltered do you want me to be, Jace?
Very.
Okay. All right. So we're here to make some dope content. That's what we're doing. We're getting the clicks.
We're getting money and clicks and fame. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm going to buy 0.001 Bitcoin.
Bitcoin off. Yeah. I'm hoping a reel makes $30 out of this at some point.
Fucking A.
I have things to say about it too. I feel like I'm probably guilty of really kicking this whole thing into gear with my tweet and story post. I think it kind of... So, look, I've probably got a little bit of blame on this, but the things that I said, I've kind of been wanting to say. I've been saying that thing in private to people, and it was kind of just time I publicly put my opinion out there on that topic, and it was just the perfect layup to do it.
When you reached out to me the last weekend, I was like, dude, is this just more sensationalism You know, maybe we should just let it lie. And I pretty much said everything I needed to say in my response. And then it just kind of spiraled from there. Because truthfully, I personally think I made AP and Tomac look like G's with the response. It was a perfect layup. And then AP just nailed it out of the park.
Nailed it.
And then, you know, Tomac just intimidating and impressing by not saying a goddamn thing.
Yeah, you say the most when you say nothing at all. And that's Tomac's philosophy. Yeah, you're right. And it was I didn't watch the press conference from that weekend. I think I was riding. And anyway, when I got home and looked at Instagram, that was the first thing that popped up. I was very entertained. I was like, that was great content. As a motocross fan, that's what I would hope that I could see when my phone opens up after a race day. Like, it was perfect. And then I was very surprised surprised, but also not surprised at the same time. You know, I was like, very predictable response, but very disappointed at the same time. I was like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
I didn't even see a big problem with it.
The question?
Well, like, what was going on, you know? I didn't think it was going to blow up like it did, because it was right around... I've had more controversial questions I've asked Sexton
about,
and Deegan before, too. And I guess before I go into that, like, probably my favorite comment that I read over everyone is somebody was like, oh, we're turning into a bitch-ass soap opera. And so I just responded on my YouTube, and I was like, no. Correction. This is high school, yet all of us are homeschooled.
Yeah, this is where all of the homeschoolers are reliving high school.
Yeah. Well, the thing, okay, backing up, I didn't even know that there was anything being said until, you know, I guess I'm being unfiltered, right? It's only fair, and you ask me the hard questions, even if you have to ask me hypothetical questions.
You can delete. We can delete. If there's anything that you say that you think is regrettable, we can cut it. I do it from time to time, so just say what you want to say.
Well, should I be using more names?
Do whatever you want. Just there's certain names we won't use.
Okay, that we talked about before. Well, I got a message from Daniel Blair, and he told, you know, private message, and he was like, hey, are you doing okay? And I'm like, what do you mean am I doing okay? I'm just doing my shit. You know, that's just what I'm doing. He's like, oh, okay. And I just didn't think anything of it. And he was like, hey, you had Matthes's comment section was all about you. So I was like, why are they talking about me? Like, what's the big deal?
What did I do?
Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah.
And so then, you know, I go look at the video, and I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me here. Right? In one sentence, you're going to say how irresponsible and disrespectful,
unprofessional.
I mean, truthfully, Jace, you know, I'm not a journalist, right? I've read a couple books to try to be better, because when I go to the press conferences,
the bar is honestly pretty low in the sport, though. So I feel like you could call yourself a journalist to some degree.
That's almost a little scary. Like, I'm a tutorialist, I'm an analyst, I'm a teacher, I'm a reactionalist, and I'm also a content creator. And I will go as far as say I'm somewhat of an innovator, just like I would say you are. I've stolen stuff from you, and I believe that you should steal like an artist. Yeah. And originality is undetected plagiarism. Yeah. And that's you know, we're both on the same track when it comes to how the fucking internet works, right?
100%, man. Like, it's funny. So I got sent a clip from Dark Side's pod, and Hunter was saying like, oh, you know, I think Jace does a good job. So I just text Hunter. I was like, appreciate the kudos, mate. Like, thanks for the kind words. And then we just started talking, and then I was like, look, I'm literally just doing what the most successful people on the internet are doing. I'm not a fucking genius. I don't know if I'm like shattering any minds by saying that, but like, nothing that I'm doing is different to what people in other places on the internet that are being hyper successful aren't doing, you know?
Absolutely. You're just making it your own.
I'm doing my version of what works on the internet, but I'm also making content that I want to consume. Like, there's not a
Bingo.
like that the Eli Tomac pod for example.
Did he stare at you the whole time? Just
Dude, it was the fucking sickest thing ever. He's so cool. But like I have wanted to listen to that podcast for fucking years, but it wasn't a thing. So my goal was to make the thing that I wanted to listen to. I don't listen to much. Like I don't listen to many podcasts. Definitely don't listen to much moto stuff because I'm making the thing that I want to listen to. So I have the experience. I do the show. I get to listen. It's coming into my headphones in the same way that it comes into the listeners' headphones. It's the exact same experience. So all I'm doing, I'm listening to the show that I would want to listen to in real time. That's all I'm doing.
well, dude, that's almost the definition of a passion. Okay, you're doing something that you enjoy and that you would consume. That's the number one rule of content creation is what would I consume?
Yeah.
Right? And then as a creator, it's our job to go make it happen.
Yeah, bring it to life.
Yeah, and I remember when you were telling me at A1 that you had Tomac dropping, and I started like, I was getting all, my hair was standing up, and I'm just like, oh, I can't wait to, what's he going to say? That was because you knew that's the kind of content we want to consume.
Yeah, and it's purely because it's what I want to consume, Oh, yeah, take that thing off. Yeah, it does get hot in here once the aircon stops. Hey, speaking, but I don't want to go too far into this because we've probably got a ways to go. Speaking of content I want to make, I have content I want to get your reaction to.
Yeah, by the way, this looks very
like it?
different than last time.
It is, yeah.
We were here.
We've come a bit of a way since then.
Yeah, it was
bro,
kind of like it had
was
sort of like
janky before, bro. when
the
you were
Bang
here.
Bus vibes to it, and then now this is definitely
Yeah. No, you probably got this studio at its most decrepit before we were like planning on.
Yeah, everyone was commenting because I was holding this thing up last time.
Yeah. With the mic.
Yeah, they're like, let go of the mic hopper.
Yeah, like I can't because it will fall over. So anyway, I went before Denver. I went and stayed the week at Star and did Cole Davies' program. So I spent 100 hours with Cole Davies. We've turned it into this documentary. So you know who Anthony Bourdain is?
Honestly, I don't, if I'm being honest.
You miss it. Like, do a YouTube dive at some point. But anyway, famous
Maybe
chef.
I do. I'd have to recognize the face first.
He was a famous chef. He wrote a book called Kitchen Confidential in New York.
haven't read it.
Became like a massive bestseller. He ended up doing like TV shows where he would like just travel all over the world. It was like CNN, Discovery Channel, like the whole thing. But he would like embed himself in these places. You'd never seen him before?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So anyway, he does a show where he embeds himself in the place. He's like a part of it, but then he's narrating it, and it's like his story and his take on the place that he is. Like absolutely love the dude. He sadly killed himself a few years ago. But anyway, so this is like you talk about like making things that you want to watch. Like this is
So this was your inspiration.
yeah, and I've kind of had these ideas for a long time, but we get Yamaha on board, we got Monster on board.
Yeah,
It's
congratulations.
Like Cole's, thanks, mate. Yeah, Cole's cool as fuck. So I was like, all right, we can finally make this. So I'll show you like 2 minutes. It's like a 45-minute thing.
Yeah.
But-
I keep getting it wrong about he's the Australian. Are they cookies or?
The what? Oh, the chocolate.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. It's chocolate.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
New Zealand chocolate Whitakers. So anyway, we'll play this for a second. You tell me what you think.
Right at fucking top.
Fastest lap of the day.
These jumps are massive, bro.
Yeah, I had to rewatch that, and
Has what it takes to be a champion.
Who is he? Where did he come from?
He's a New Zealand kid, bro.
Is he?
This close to the pace at 17, sky is the limit.
Cole Davies, remember that fucking name. I say it all the time. Supercross is the gnarliest sport on earth. The speed, the physicality, and most of all, the risk that these athletes are exposed to on a weekly basis. It's always made me wonder though, how hard would it be for the average rider to live and train on an elite factory level program?
Oh, we're gonna see you?
To find out, I'm
Yeah.
traveling to Florida to spend 100 hours with Cole Davies at Star Racing Yamaha. Why Cole Davies? Well, this little known Kiwi ripper is in the middle of one of the best rookie seasons in the sport's history. There have been better rookie seasons in the past though, right? Names like Ricky Carmichael, James Stewart, Eli Tomac, Ryan Dungey, Ryan Villapoto, and more recently, Hayden Deegan come to mind. The sport has a rich history of rookie sensations that go on to set the sport on fire. But we always see them coming, and we see them from a mile away, especially in the social media generation. In the case of Danger Boy, we've literally watched his journey from mini bike phenom to the biggest star in the sport, but nobody saw Cole Davies doing what he's done in 2025. He spent his amateur career grinding away in New Zealand on the backyard track of former world champion Ben Townley. This is 100 Hours with Cole Davies.
Such a cool title to that. And so are we going to get to see you being like zone 4 at the gym and him yawning, you know?
Yeah. Go back to it. Fast forward to the gym part. You should be able to see it. So I went, Swanee just put me through the whole workout.
Yeah, it's like, okay, this is going to be Murph.
Dude, it was fucking hard. I was rinsed after it. And yeah.
And you're no slouch because you do a lot of...
semi-fit, you know. Yeah, go back a bit.
So this is Star's gym too?
So this is Star's gym.
Oh, dude. See, I just want to watch this.
It's...
I just want to see you suffer.
I don't ever... Go back just a little bit more.
Your weakness too.
I was going to say, pretty weak all around. The riding tomorrow just got severely impacted.
Wasn't going to be good anyway. What I'm going to say is he did worse than I thought he would. Way worse.
That was rough. That was rough.
Oh,
Cole
then we did
Davies
yoga
correct
and shit.
when he said that the first 20.
But yeah, so I Monday, it was cool because Monday was a recovery day. So I flew there after, I can't remember what race it was, whatever the week.
Okay, so you're not jet lagged, so you're...
Nah. So I flew in, got in Sunday. Monday was a recovery day. We just did F1 sim, a massage, some stretching, took him grocery shopping. He doesn't even have a license, bro.
So did you guys do any homework or anything?
I feel like I taught him the school of life. But so then Tuesday he rode, I did the gym workout. Wednesday they rode again. Then we did a core workout together.
Little teaser, what was the gym workout?
Oh man, it was pretty much 2 circuits back to back. So the first part of it was deadlifts. Then you had to do those push-ups where you do push-up and then you pull. Then I'd put my feet on the rowing machine and it was doing a pike kind of thing. And then lunges with dumbbells, and then the weight went up on the deadlifts. And then I had to do more deadlifts. So it was literally 4 rounds of that. And then I had to do a bench press, a bent over row, leg press, cable flies, 4 rounds of that.
Okay, so it's somewhat of activating the whole body.
Yeah. So it was cool. It was cool to see that's kind of the training that they're doing. It's not a lot of isolated 3 sets of 10. It's very overall, the whole body, not much rest. It was it was intense. I was cooked, fully cooked.
So there's a difference between intensity and volume. Was this a lot of volume or was this mainly just intensity?
I don't know if it was, I'd say it would be volume. But those guys, Cole said it was super hard for him at the start, but then his body obviously adapted to it. So I think over time it becomes more of a volume thing than an intensity thing, if that makes sense.
Because the workout you're talking about, it almost sounds a little bit more like incorporating some of the fast twitch stuff.
Yeah.
And go hard
Yeah.
for a shorter duration because, train what you're going to do. And what are they doing? Instantaneous. You're 145 beats on the gate. As soon as the gate drops, boom, you're 190 and now hold that for 25, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I was roasted, bro. Like I was sweating. My
Was there
heart rate
AC
was up.
in the?
Yeah. The
Okay.
gym's amazing too. Like the whole facility there. I went there in 2015 when it was the goat farm. We did like a Suzuki commercial with Ricky, and it was just the house and then the old shed, and then they had some or the barn or whatever, and then they had some containers that they kept bikes and stuff like that in. But yeah, dude, 2 enormous workshops, and then one they've got the wash bays are insane. They've got a suspension room. I got to look in the suspension room, which was unreal. Wasn't allowed in the motor room. And then they just have all the mechanics, all the amateur team, and then upstairs they got offices, boardroom, and then they just have this whole warehousing section. It was unbelievable. And it's all kind of.
Did you South Korea it at all? Where you take one poster, and hope Kim Jong Un doesn't fight you? Okay, sorry, that's kind of a messed up joke.
No, it was cool. But the biggest surprise, the vibe. What would you think the vibe would be like at Star if you were there for a week when 2 championships are on the line?
Well, okay, just for instance, at the last Thunder Valley National I was at, they kicked me out of their tents. So I'm assuming it might be a little intense under there.
It was unreal. The funnest vibe. I just had the best time with all the crew. Sunday, watched NASCAR with half the mechanics. And then the whole week, the boys, they're grinding. They're working hard. But the vibe was awesome. I just left there being so pumped on the experience.
Bigger
and
smile.
Yeah, and just I was also happy that intense of a program, and that it's a serious race team, what they're doing. They're spending a lot of money. There's a lot on the line. There were 2 championships on the line, and they were all just cool as fuck. Brad, Jensen, everybody. It was such a cool experience, and to see them enjoy their work so much was awesome.
Well, it goes back to that conversation of passion. It's sustainable if you have passion. If you're grinding and working guys in a poor work environment and whatever, they're gonna dip out and leave and not be on top of their game.
Yeah.
So it sounds like everyone was super refreshed, and that's sustainable.
Yeah.
So that's honestly, I'm stoked to see this video because it seems totally. This is Gordon Ramsay, but actually Jace undercover.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be cool. When does this drop?
Tomorrow. So by the time this podcast is out, it will be out. So if you're listening to this, it'll be on our full show YouTube channel, Gypsy Tales Podcast. But yeah, I was stoked on it. And Cole's so cool. Just the coolest dude. And I could talk about the whole thing for ages. It was just a really cool experience.
So now what we need to see you do is invite me, and then go do the Honda, and then Suzuki. Go do all of them to
just
see.
go do all the programs.
Yeah,
dude. Where would be crazy cool is Club MX.
Yeah, Mike, Daniel Blair, you listen to this?
Yeah,
it's good content.
I want to go to that place. That place is. Well, they've asked me to come out there. It's hard to make it happen.
Yeah.
It's a lot going on.
Understood.
Sorry.
Understood. I know they have some of their media days out there sometimes, and they've wanted me to go out there too, and it's just been kind of hard.
Yeah. Hey, you're a dad. You got shit going on,
Yeah, daddy daycare, man.
But no, it was such a cool experience. So I'm stoked for everyone to check it out. But yeah, I'll send you the link. You can watch the rest of it on the plane or something.
Okay. I just want to see you suffer. I think that's gonna be my favorite.
The worst was riding too. When they prep a track in the morning, and then it gets all ruddy and it's sick, and then it sits in the sun all day, and then you go back out in the afternoon and you just water it with the water truck, and the ruts are hard and they're slick.
Yeah, and there's some marbles there.
Didn't jump any of the jumps. So I was like, fuck this place. It was just too gnarly.
Yeah. But first lap, just elbow down.
Nah.
Around. Well, no, when it's all recently.
Yeah.
You got the tractor out there.
Yeah.
When it's all smooth.
That would have been nice, but yeah, I suffered. I suffered on the bike. I suffered in the gym. Dude, and I was so sore, my hammies. Till the race. I did the workout on Tuesday, and at the race in Denver, it was still cooked. So yeah.
And you had like an embargo because we talked about it, and you didn't even say anything about that.
I think we were still kind of filming. Like, so that's what else is cool in this. Like, we filmed all of that race at Denver, the whole thing. So like that
was within the 100 hours.
Yes. Yeah.
That kind of worked out better.
Yeah. And so it was just like a crazy night. So, and then Salt Lake happened. And so it's like a whole thing. So, but yeah, and we did all of the editing, the graphics, everything done in house. So I'm very, very, very proud of our little team.
You got some good people working for you. Cause I look at it and I'm like, what is he using? Is that Adobe Effects? What is it?
Yeah.
Shit, man.
Yeah. So the boys did a good job. So I'm excited for you to actually watch it.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Perfect.
man. Yeah, unreal. So back to regularly scheduled programming.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically speaking. Did you see Plessinger on AC and JB's pod?
I did not. No. Honestly, I did not. Like you said, it's hard to consume so much content.
Anna, please. YouTube, JB, and AC show.
There's been a little bit of media, I guess, drama over the question that you got asked at Thunder Valley. And I apologize if you've already been asked about this. I'm sure you have. But a lot of people debating whether it's like an appropriate question or not. And I don't want you to speak on the actual answer or the question itself, but how do you feel about
it's beating around the bush. It shouldn't be a big deal.
The questions we get in general. Are you okay with like kind of a more controversial question like that, or you think there's a time and place for that and it's not there? Like, do you have an opinion about that stuff?
Honestly, like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of stuff is kept secret in this sport that I have no idea why it's kept secret. It's just been like an unwritten rule that everything, like whether it be injuries or guys switching teams or this or that or money, it's like everything's like top secret. But in our sport, it's like everything's the worst kept secret ever. Because everybody already knows the answer to pretty much everything. They're just trying to get somebody to say it out loud. So like the one with Hopper, I don't think, I didn't think anything of it. And the way I answered it, I thought it was
like a
fine.
G.
And when I got back to the truck, they were like, yeah, like it's whatever. Like you answered that fine. Like, like nobody knows anyways. Like I told Matthes, because he texted me, he was like, dude, did you get in trouble? And I was like, no, not yet. I was like, what I do? And he was just like, the question, man. And I was like, I don't know. I think a lot of people would be surprised at how much I don't know, at how much I don't hear. I kind of
And
keep
why
my
should he
nose
be
out of
caring
that
of
stuff. I
what
don't
Tomac
ask
is doing?
around, and I'm not into it like that. So, whether it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. It doesn't really like.
He said if
bother me at all.
It was beautiful.
Good answer,
dude. The fact that
last thing for me, AP, you were up.
Yeah, pause it there. That's all good.
the
Go
fact
that way a tiny bit. Yeah, no, you're right.
Here's the problem. Okay, again, this isn't about me and how it somehow got turned into, this was so disrespectful and whatnot. That has nothing to do with it. Like, my response to it was, this is wrong from a media standpoint. As far as our jobs is to get a reaction out of the riders. It's up to them to either do it or not. And you mean to tell me that like these riders that get paid millions of dollars can't handle a hard question? It's ridiculous, because you know what's hard? Fifth gear through the whoops.
Yeah.
A giant quad doing 235s. The easiest part of their job should be able to answer somebody as goofy as me to be like, how do you want to be teammates? Hypothetically. I mean, come on, it's so stupid. And if I'm going back to it, like the media should have had more of a problem with the other questions that I had. A1, when I sat there, I thought I gave a decent question to Sexton because I don't want to be disrespectful. I like, there's a fine line with my creativity is like, how do I try to get either a ruse or a reaction out of somebody without totally just being a dickhead?
Yeah.
Because, I told you like off air, like I got a punchable face, so it's pretty easy to, anyway, I'm digressing. And what I asked Sexton was like, I used the Martin Luther King quote, of in times of challenge and controversy, whatever, how do you feel about potentially not getting paid from KTM? Like that was a difficult question.
Yeah.
Right. But it was
also like a fair question.
Yeah, it was what
if it was in Formula One, if it was in MotoGP, if it was in the NFL, if it was in any other sport, that's fair game. That's 100% getting asked, right? So just that right there is like a point that we could drill into in great detail. You know what I mean? Like, so yes, that's a challenging question. Me personally, I'm not going to ask that question because my job and like my lane, like I see myself in a different way. Like I want to be a place where riders can come and be themselves, express themselves, like, and their personality. And it's like, it's more of a vibe. I'm not going to be able to be that guy and also be the guy that asks about KTM's money situation.
Yeah. And I'm kind of,
and that's fine. And that's fine because that's what you can do. Like you're a very objective guy. You're not trying to be cool with all of the riders. Like you've got a very different lane and a very different style of content, and it lends itself more towards that. And I'm very grateful that you actually have the balls to be that guy,
Well, I mean, it's not easy to walk into a room when everybody doesn't really understand or know you to a certain extent, But we go back to like the content that we want to create, right? And my job or how I see myself is like there is changes I want to make, and I see
100%.
I see that like I'm not going to be able to initiate a ripple effect of something if I don't, my actions speak louder than my words, right? And if I'm somewhat calling to action, I'm not calling to, we need to like take the sport down or whatever. It's just subtle changes here and there that could, I believe, make this sport grow.
Yeah.
And what I told with all the media guys, is like, why are we building walls when we can build a fucking table?
Yeah.
Like a bigger piece of the pie. You're saying you're not getting paid. You're saying you're not getting paid. The riders and the industry is maybe I'm speculating a little bit, is embarrassed to release what a lot of the numbers are because it's somewhat maybe not as good as the other sports. Okay. But it's like last weekend's race. We'll forget it, but let's just be more honest about it. And let's be more transparent about it. And my views are different. Like I've always loved torrents because I think that as a kid, like, torrents people use to Napster and blah, 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 this big file sharing.
Yeah.
But that's how people grow. They take somebody's hard work and they add to it and it becomes something better. Like that's why I believe in steal like an artist. Originality is undetected plagiarism. I want people to steal my content. I want people to create their own because in a roundabout way, it's going to go full circle where this is the internet, right? You react to my shit, you get another audience that I wasn't privy to, and then people are going to be like, oh yeah, that was originally this, That's how the internet is.
Yeah.
But the media today is so narrow-minded. They're so stuck in the newspaper and magazine era that they don't understand this. And the big question is a lot of people have been asking me was like, did I get my media pass revoked, right? And I sent all my numbers to Feld and MX Sports.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey guys, I got 15 million views in a week. You know, here's my analytics. 90% of them are males. Here's the ages. 50% was coming from United States. You know, like I sent them all that stuff. And you know what Feld and MX Sports told me?
What?
Good job. Fantastic. Amazing.
Because you are doing a good job. And so there's like, I guess there's a ton of points. And I think, at least for me, like when I posted what I posted about the situation,
Which I wasn't expecting you to do.
No, I
mean,
even spoke to you about
we
it.
didn't talk about it at all because I didn't see this being a big fucking deal. You know, I was like, oh, I can get a little bit more into why I asked the question, but I thought it was just great content. And again, it made them look like superstars, which they are, in which this whole conversation should be about the superstars. And then how it got routed towards me is just hypocrisy. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you on your own show.
No,
you
you're
know?
good. Yeah, this is your show. This is your episode. Yeah, I mean, okay, so the funniest part of it is, did you see what Steve posted like a few weeks ago when I did the Pete Fox podcast?
Oh, I think I did.
So
where he was wanting, oh, I've already done that and I didn't get as much clout before. Jace is copying me. That's kind of what it was. And then you had like this epic response back where you chased the...
Yeah, he basically said like, how is this the untold story of Pete Fox? I've done this podcast before, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, Pookie, like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, what are you talking? And I don't have Twitter. Like, I have an account, but like, I don't have it on my phone. I don't use it. Last time I posted was like 2021. And I'm at the fucking...
We should. I mean, it's called X now, if we're being...
X, yeah. But so I don't use it. I don't like do anything with Twitter. And I don't even know.
You're missing out. I've got some crypto friends that say that they're making like 40 Gs.
2021. Like, look at all the dumb shit that I used to post. So, anyway. So, I was at Elsinore, and then tons of people were coming up to me and being like, oh, the Steve thing, the Steve. And I'm like, I didn't even see this. So, I downloaded Twitter to see it. And then I was like, oh, okay. I actually think I've got a pretty funny response. So, I just changed the title of the untold story. Yeah, there you go, of how Fox. I don't make the titles also, by the way. My wonderful producer, Ethan, does all of this. Yeah, so then
and
I
it should be clickable. Am I right?
100%.
Maybe they just wanted to see it again and done in a different way.
Maybe they have no fucking idea who Pulp MX even is. So anyway, the retelling of the Pete Fox story, that's Steve Pulp MX told first. I thought that was funny and quite...
Dude, I laughed at that.
And
finally
quite harmless.
I didn't see that until your tweet. What is it still considered a tweet or is it an X post now?
A post, I don't even know.
Yeah, whatever. But until you brought me to X.
Yeah, well, I looked for your thing and you don't even hear it. So anyway, the funniest part in all of this is if Steve didn't say that, I wouldn't have even had Twitter on my phone to send the tweet about this. So I was like, fuck it. I'm going to...
Well, and dude, the same deal with me is if the Jasons and Steve didn't get me involved, put me in a situation where it's totally fair for me to defend my view on stuff, because that's what I've been doing in this industry the entire time, is because I've been out of a box, right? Like the way I look at stuff is get out of the box, try to do things a little bit differently. I wouldn't have done anything because it wasn't a big fucking deal at all. You know, it was
well, and I think
a low ball question.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it obviously, like, so I watched the thing with the Jasons and Steve, and yeah, like Weege brings it up, like, what do you think of the question? But it's like, I think it just took people by surprise that like you asked the question and got the kind of response that you did, and Jet was laughing, and like it was beautiful. Like it was just done. It was just great content.
And of my 15 million views that I got, I guarantee there is at least half that was...
What got 15 million views, that question?
Well, just accumulatively,
Yeah.
you know, like I'm not saying just that question because that's not like the most popular stuff. Like that's not my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is tearing down the riders, seeing how they're riding.
Yeah.
But like accumulatively between my YouTube, the TikTok, and Instagram, you know? So like that just adds into the algorithm to just boost, oh, we're going to send you more videos by this SOB type of a thing.
Yeah.
But there were so many other, I will say, bigger Instagram accounts that were taking that content and they were making their own too.
Which content?
The interview and some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
Which they totally should.
And also, like, and so we'll get into it. So also, I'll preface this for everybody listening. Everything that I'm saying to you now, I've literally said to Steve in private. So none of this is something that I would not be prepared to say to him. It's probably going to be longer and more nuanced than what I said to him. But he messaged me straight away, and after I posted, and
yeah, because
so then
that's what he did with me when I
So we went back and forward, and like I'm not really going to post screenshots or whatever, but I'm pretty comfortable to relay the conversation. But everything that I'm saying now, I've literally said to him ahead of this. So anyway.
But truthfully, like, I don't understand the super backlash that Steve was getting. Because, like, truthfully, it was Jason, you know, Weege that brought it up on that show. Right? And the thing that I had somewhat, like, if we're getting more, if I'm backing up, you know, since I'm being unfiltered. So right before the press conference, you know, there was 4 of us sitting there, right? And so there's nothing going on. So asked AP, hey, AP, is there anything that you want to ask us? And he's like, okay, Johnny, how do you feel today? You know, so he was already like laying up like, this is a stupid question. How many stupid questions there are.
Yeah.
And so then, you know, the whole press conference started, and as I'm sitting there, you know, I see Tomac and AP, and I asked the technical question that I want to ask Jet about his riding style, which honestly I thought that was a better question. I got the answer that I wanted, and then I'm like, you know what, this is interesting. Here's an opportunity.
Yeah.
I know that Tomac cannot say a damn thing because of legally, right? But I'm going, hypothetically, if he did ride the KTM and he is going to sign a contract, he probably did it with the whole team there and maybe even AP to be like, hey, how do you feel? Like, what are the clickers you're using, whatever. So I thought, let's ask AP, how does he like being teammates? So it was very creative.
Yeah.
And overall, I think what the media had an issue with was that they had access to this information, which, you know, roundabout way, I get access to a lot of the information, even though I feel I'm a little bit on the outs where it's like, oh, don't tell him. And they wanted to be the ones to drop the info, right? If it happens or if it doesn't happen. But like on some of the other shows of Steve's, he goes, oh yeah, it's for sure a done deal. And I'm like, why are you mad at me? Why just, again, let's build a table. Let's not build a wall. Because if you want to make more money, if I want to make more money, if we have a smaller piece of the pie, but it's a much larger pie, it's a win-win for everybody, right? Your audience is different than mine. Let's collaborate. Let's make it bigger. This is the new way how business is run and social media and the whole ideology of clicks. It's like, dude, I know who signs your checks, and it's got a lot to do with clicks, just like everybody.
Yeah. Well, that's literally the name of the game.
And if I'm just going full circle here, like the press conference is over with, and I don't know who was behind me or what, but I do know, you know, that once the women got up there, some of the people from the media left.
Yeah.
And so there was 3 of us asking questions now. And I'm like, guys, we owe them the respect to be here. I'm not even a fucking journalist, but I'm respecting these women's they're out here giving it their all, can get seriously injured. We deserve to be here as the media members, not just dip out. So I'd like to see a change that way as well. Like, Jace, you know that there's some things, you have an awesome job, right? And you love it. You're passionate about it. Me, I can't complain about my life. Like, literally yesterday, I did some work. Then I took my daughter to the pool. And then I did some more work. And then I took her to see a movie. Like, I can't complain about the lifestyle that I live. It's awesome. But there is certain aspects that like are not enjoyable.
There's certain aspects of this that suck.
The press conference, I don't fucking enjoy the press conferences, right? Because there's been more times than not that I've looked like a complete ass, right? And I haven't gotten the rapport or, respect is earned kind of a thing to not just from the media, but from the riders as well, to where they were generally going to not just give me a one-word answer, right? But you know what? I sucked it up. I just kept going back and boom, 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 and I don't necessarily know where I'm going with that, but I'm just.
No, okay. I'll pick up there for you. Okay. So that's why I just even entered the chat. Like, normally I don't give a fuck for any of it. And I was like, no, this is very reminiscent of the he doesn't go to the races shit that was carried on with like in 2020 when I'm in Motospy. And that was an issue because I was literally unable to go to the races for both visa reasons and COVID. Like, no one was able to travel. So to be called out for that, I was like, oh, okay. So this doesn't have, like, didn't care that, like, had no awareness around, like, who I was, the relationships that I had, how I got the guests on that I had on, how I had the information that I had. Like, there was just this whole big picture, and it's like, you actually don't even give a fuck to do any research on this. This is a full-blown, like, gatekeeping. This is just like a gatekeeping exercise where you're trying to discredit a person that you don't want in your space, right? And that's what this looked like to me, because all the justification of, and this is before AP just said all of this. So in my mind, I'm listening to the reaction, and it's like, oh, they put the riders in this weird position. AP's, and I was sitting at home being like, no, he's not.
Dude, and if you're making $1 million or more or close to it, you have somewhat of an obligation to be able to answer a tough question.
Or be a big boy.
And say no.
And just say, oh, look, mate, I'm staying out of it. Fine. That's just as fine of an answer as the one that he gave. I like the answer he gave better. And
me too.
Great content. But just as fine if he says, oh, look, mate, I'm not answering. So that's on him to do that. So that, to me, when I heard that, I was like, that's just back on that bullshit. And to me, it comes across as such like a bully mentality and like up on this high horse talking shit on someone that's at a press conference that you yourself are
should be at
fucking above going to. And it literally says on the media pass credentials, attendance at the press conference is mandatory. And it's not just Steve. And this is where I just decided to enter the chat. Because for the last 2 years, I've been so fucking disappointed by the lack of inspiration and the lack of attendance of people that are supposedly the best people in the sport from a media perspective. And they're just not there. And they're the same fucking people that will be like, oh yeah, press conference is shit. It's a waste of time. Feld doesn't do this. Feld doesn't do that. How the fuck do you expect something to get better by sitting on the sidelines and actively, like by going after the race and just doing your own thing, talking to their own right? You're actually hurting the press conference. So not only is your attendance, like, it's not at zero, it's actually detracting
Well, because
from
you can
it.
add value
1,000,000%.
of the different relationship and the different spin that you have on stuff, right? And this is, don't mistake my kindness for weakness. Like, I've been nice to all of those guys, especially when I go there, right? But then when you said it, when there's like a bullying aspect, it's like, what do? You got to stand up. And that might sound PG or whatever, but I have a platform to where I can speak what I want. Like, my job is to have an opinion. That's part of why I say that, like, I'm a reactionist as well, is because you should have an opinion on these different topics so that people can talk about it and then eventually potentially inspire somebody else that might be able to make some changes. And, you know, ever since I started this deal, it's taken me a long time to earn some respect from viewers, fans, all sorts of stuff. Because
it's the organizers, the promoters, like, you're on good terms with the people that run the sport now.
Yeah, and I've had to tell them, I'm like, guys, I'm not a journalist. But you know what? They want me there to do exactly what I've fucking been doing, right? And this was, ironically, this was the first national that I was able to cover, you know? And because the last national, I was told I didn't get any track access. And I'm like, guys, why don't I get track access? And so I've been working to try to get access because I've got a keen eye, and I believe, and I know damn well that I've got a keen eye for stuff that people enjoy learning at. You know?
I like seeing your content.
And some people might, anyway, but my point being is, like, full circle about stuff is I don't have a problem with the media. What I have a problem with is them criticizing me for doing something rather than coming to me to talk about it.
Well,
right?
and also, it's not like the criticism itself.
Well,
was
criticism can
obviously
be good.
Yeah, but okay. So in this example, the criticism was just wrong, objectively speaking, because days later, AP comes out and says the exact opposite of the points that were made. So first of all,
and dude, that's happened a couple times since I've been doing this YouTube stuff, where, you know, Pulp has been asking me about stuff, and it's like, dude, again, let's build a table. Let's not build walls. That's that whole gatekeeping stuff.
Yeah.
And at this point, you know, I don't like Steve, but I respect him for the effort that he's put in. It's the same difference as some of the riders that they race against. You know, you mean to tell me that Ryan Dungey really liked Lawrence? No. Right?
But there'd be a level of respect for what they went through to get.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm excited to announce our new partnership with the leaders in custom eyewear, SportRx.com. I've had to wear glasses since I was a kid, and my whole life the process of getting custom glasses made was just a hassle. Not only this, I've never experienced what it was like to do all of the activities I love with perfect vision, but that is a thing of the past. SportRx's whole goal as a company is to make sure that vision never keeps you from doing what you love, and I can safely say that they have completely changed the game for me. SportRx crafts your eyewear not only for your optimum prescription, but also for your sport, the environment, conditions, and specific lighting. I now have glasses for running, for mountain biking, for golf, and I now have glasses for my Oakley Airbrake motocross goggles. Look at these bad boys. The process of getting my glasses made and delivered was extremely simple, and the emphasis that the team at SportRx put on quality and customer satisfaction is second to none. They even offer a free remake and return policy if you're not completely satisfied. Every now and again, something comes along that completely blows my mind, and SportRx has done that. You'll see me wearing a host of new glasses if you follow the podcast, and you can be sure that they were crafted by the team at SportRx. Head to sportrx.com or click the link in the description to find out more. The problem to me was, and the thing that really pissed me off, is that it's criticism of a guy that's paying their own way to go to these races, that doesn't get paid by RacerX, that doesn't get paid by all of these other companies to be there. And then you're going to shit on a dude who is doing something that you are above doing and you don't want to be a part of. When you're like, I will say that Steve is like the media guy. Like, he's been doing it forever. He's been doing it the longest. He does a 5-hour show every Monday for the last decade. Like, he's the top dog of that world. He probably doesn't get the most views, doesn't get whatever. But like, his position in the sport, I feel like that is quite fair to say. What does it say about a person that is in that position that doesn't go to a mandatory press conference of the sport that he is the guy in? And then to then criticize people who are grinding to do that. And so I have the conversation with him, and he's like, oh, you know why I don't go to press conferences? And I'm like, no, enlighten me. Why don't you go to press conferences? And he's like, well, I'm not going to go there and get to ask 2 questions and that's it, when I could be going to the pits. It's better for my listeners, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I get it. But it's not so much better for your listeners as it is better for you. Because
Well, and you know how you can gain more listeners is by people that watch the press conference that might not literally watch your stuff, as opposed to the same people. Like, when you stumble stuff, if you want to find his interviews, you have to be Pulp MX.
Yeah.
Right? But all of a sudden, if you're just watching the press conference and you're like, oh, that was a good insight. Oh, you mean to tell me that he's got a pot? Oh, now you're going, boom. That added value to not only the sport, but you as well.
Yeah. But I think as well as that is like, there's got to be a point where he's right. Okay. So if I decided that I was not going to do the press conference, we're either at like the Monster Suite or we're at the press box, and then we grab all of our shit. We run down to the press conference with all the rest of the crew that do it. We get there, we set up the cameras. Sometimes I ask 2 questions. That's right. Like, it's not really that worth it. And I'll agree with that point. I could also take my cameras, take my crew, and go and make content that would perform way better and that I would make more. And I could have that exact same argument. Do you want to know why I don't do it?
Well, I don't know why you don't do it, but I know why I do it, right? Is because I feel an obligation of having a press pass that so many people want. And I know how hard I worked to get these people to trust me to cover the sport. And so I'm like, boom, I'm not the journalist, but you know what? I'm going to do my fucking best, and I'm going to go there, and I'm going to be respectful of the whole thing, be as professional as I can be, go there, because I could easily go home as well
100%.
And have stuff that, like you just said, performs way better. Like, this is one of the least enjoyable things of when I'm there. It's like, okay, I got to come up with some questions that is in my wheelhouse about stuff, right? But at the same time, if we make the environment better and more enjoyable, the riders would be enjoying it more, and we'd be having more of this fan base, and I would even love to see the press conference get so big that, like, the people that pay to be there, like, there's people that pay VIP tickets to go to the press conference, to then be like, hey, we're going to open it up to one of, like UFC does it. Here's one of the fans to ask a question. That might instantly go viral.
Yeah.
Who's that going to help out? It's going to help out everybody. Then now Feld is going to be selling more VIP tickets because,
people want in on that experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, 100%. And to me, it's like that I choose to do it because I believe that it is the best thing for the sport. In terms of what I could do in my position with my platform and my abilities, what could I offer the sport? And it is to try and build up the press conference. And our content does perform well. Like, we have figured out a way to make that content do really well. Like, over the last couple of years, millions and millions of views on that content, right?
Yeah, you're the Joe Rogan of extreme sports. And I don't say that lightly. It's just a fact, dude.
Oh, I appreciate it. But I just think
and we all like your voice too.
Thanks, bro. But yeah, I just think that that's like the best way that we can grow. Not even so much grow the sport, but it's like it's an it's under-leveraged, it's underproduced, it underperforms. Like, it's something that should be way better and way bigger than it is. It's in every other professional sport. It's a really integral part of a sport being healthy and doing it's best practice.
The A1 press conference, that was done well.
100%.
Okay. It was in the VIP area. Everybody was there. That was a good press conference. And then the standard just kind of goes down. You know, Steve was there. Steve asked questions at the A1.
Yeah, they made him.
Yeah. But it's been all blown out of proportion. Because
but I think, I mean, yeah, that has, like, your thing. But, I mean, I guess that's why I put myself into
well, that's
it
why
in
there's
sense,
a problem
because,
there.
Yeah, because I was like, you know what? This has actually been pissing me off for a while. Is because I hear it every weekend from people, and I'm just fucking over it. Like, I think it's a joke that you can have, and it's not just Steve. Like, Lewis Phillips isn't in there. Like, Michael Lindsay's not in there. There's so many people that have a media pass that are fucking good journalists in the sport.
Yeah,
so I'm calling people out of, this is not out of disrespect, and it's not personal to any of them. They're fucking good at what they do. Dig in, put in some effort. Because Feld is trying, right? And like Sean and Joe, they're the dudes that run it, at least through Supercross, right?
Yeah, and Brandon and Davey
and it's got better.
It has.
It has gotten better. In the 2 years that I've been going, it has got better. And so this is kind of the thing, right? Is that you get a guy that's in such a big position in the sport in terms of media that is like, they do this, they do that, but like all the problems, all the thing that's wrong with it. Why the fuck would anyone want to listen to a person about the problems of a thing that you put zero effort into? I feel like I at least have the right to go to Sean and Joe and Brandon and these guys and give my input and try and be a part of the process of actually making it better with my own effort, not just with words and negative words about that shit, does this, does that, better if I just fuck off and do it my own thing. And like, yeah, there should be a corral. There should be, like, you go to MotoGP, right? And after the race,
I was denied press coverage at MotoGP.
I'll work on it for you.
Oh, I know. I want to get into more of that. Like, small thing is when I said in my deal, they're like, you don't have enough followers. And I'm like, I guarantee you I probably get more views than a lot of the guys that were going there. So I sent them a deal of like, hey, here's 10 million views I got in the last week. And they never responded to me.
That's crazy. Yeah, like, you'll get in there. You just got to keep chipping away at it. But so you go after the race, and then they have like, so all of the media outlets, they have all of their cameras lined up, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's like a team rider like sticker vinyl thing that they just like Velcro to the wall, and then it's their backdrop. And then so like Pecco starts at this end, and then rips off his thing, puts it on, talks to Sky News, talks to the BBC. So they have this organized structure where like the top 10 dudes are just like rolling through the media corral. And then there's another 10 where other
just
guys.
Just an assembly line.
Just an assembly line. And it's like, that would be way better. And I think that as well, like, I think it's so resourced and underdeveloped. Like, that press conference and like that whole thing can be so much better, and it is going to get better. But again, it's like there's ways to improve. The guys want to improve, but how does it look when you've got three guys? Like, what's the incentive for Feld or MX Sports to put any more money or any more resources into the press conference when you got three dudes that are sitting there waiting to ask some questions? I've literally been in the press conferences when all these other guys are fucking sitting behind me on their laptops, bro.
Dude,
on their phones.
I've been there too.
I'm like, I mean, what the fuck is going on?
And I get
here?
it. Like, if you're there, but for some reason you can't think of a question, okay, you don't have to answer.
Come on.
It is
Really?
only like one question. You're
Really?
okay, big bro. Okay, tell me how it is.
No, but if you're a fucking journalist, you've got a media pass, you can think of one question to ask either of the top 3 out of the 60 minutes of racing that they gave you on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's fair enough to say.
And it's so contradictive to think about, like, our sport is full of just such badasses, right? Like, oh, Craig, I came back from this broken back. Roxon, I came back from my arms getting chopped off. Tomac, I came back from, my lower leg falling off. Just all this stuff. And then
it's this soft
as far as stuff.
Yeah.
Because again, like, the question that I should have gotten a backlash for was when I asked Deegan, do you like to win that way by taking out your teammate? And I could have worded it way better.
But that's fine as well.
But I thought it was something that needed to be brought up. And then it gave him an ability to get up in front right away of what just happened and to shut everybody up.
Yeah.
And so I almost felt like an obligation that, hey, here's an opportunity for Deegan to just get in front of all the negative comments that are coming his way. Even though he's got so much clout with his fan base, it would be okay. But then his response of, you know what? It was for $500,000.
Yeah.
And we trained with him. I like him, but this was for $500,000. I was not raised to finish second.
Yeah.
I was raised to win. Like, I still remember his response because I was like, fuck, man, like,
kudos.
Okay,
yeah.
I do the same shit to my grandma or, even my kid at that point,
Yeah,
like,
$500,000. Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, just go buy another. I'm kidding. We won't buy another kid, but it just, that's what I think the press conference is for. And like you first saying that you have a different relationship with the riders, like, yeah, I say I don't need to be friends with the riders, but there needs to be a level of somewhat mutual respect there.
Oh, for sure.
I'm
but
not.
you can have that level of mutual respect asking hard, fair questions.
And that's what I'm
like
going
100%.
with. And I believe that, like, media nowadays, at least in this realm, they don't understand me. Therefore, it's like an old genetic response of, like, if you don't understand something, you're either fight or flight reflex, right?
Yeah.
And that's what's going on. Like, Jace, dude, I look at my numbers compared to a lot of other guys, and I'm like, why is it that I am the guilty pleasure where people will consume my content, but they don't want to be guilty by association by subscribing to my content? Like, what is the mix there? When I talk to people, when Vital and them have invited me to go test ride bikes, I'm like, I believe that I'm a valuable, intricate part where I could bring a different view that isn't biased on any brand or anything to be able to share stuff. And then instantly, maybe it's just the industry in general, but I'll get invited to something and I will have no expectations because a month comes by and then nobody responds to me like, hey, what happened with this? Nothing. And that's happened multiple times. Like, I was in talks with the Ducati guys for the reps here in the United States and then also over in Italy, and I mean, I'm trying to figure out how can I be in a scenario where I can be not so much on the outs, but somebody that can still. This sounds silly, like just saying like included in some of that stuff. That's like, I want to be more part of the sport because I do believe that, like, whether or not people agree with me or not, and I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of comments on not being part of it. Just like how I said that I've stolen content from you to make my own, I believe that a lot of people have used my ideas to start making the same kind of content. And there's nothing wrong with that because, we don't own any intellectual ideas. And it honestly gives me a sense of pride to be like, hey, look, that was inspired by me. Whether or not it's true or not, I believe it's true. So therefore, that's my self-worth with that is success is not really how much you have and everything, is how you feel inside. And I feel very successful with what I have built as a platform. As of right now, I am looking for people that I respect, like yourself, to help guide and shape me into potentially doing things a little bit differently and learn from. Because I understand that you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with, and there's a lot of people. I'm fairly alone. I spend a lot of I do my own shit, and that's just been my persona. But I know that I've reached out to a few higher end guys to just be like, hey, would you be willing to not just share some information, but, can I learn from your mistakes? Just honestly.
Yeah, dude, you're on the right track. Like you do great shit.
Compared to the first one that we did together a few years ago,
completely
dude,
different.
I was.
You were just in a bad place in general. It's one of the things that I respect about you across the board is from the first time we spoke, honestly, it feels like ages ago, but I just remember thinking you were it was like misdirected attention and misdirected energy that you had going on, where I'm like, if you can direct your energy from here to here, you're going to really enjoy your life way more. And I mean, it's pretty inspiring, the changes that you've made in your own life, and it's you're doing a fucking good job with the content. Obviously numbers don't lie, that's one thing that you have to kind of can always go back on is okay, objectively, this is doing well. So there's an audience out here for what I'm making, you might not be getting the approval from the people that you want to get approval from in a way.
Well,
but
truthfully, I don't need approval from anybody. Right?
Yeah, but it is a bummer when you just feel because people do shit on you for no fucking reason.
Dude, there's been whenever people talk about, this whole scenario that has happened here has been blown out of proportion. It should be about the riders. It should be more about, hey, dude, Tomac's gone. Is he gonna get a cable clutch on the KTM? I want to know. But then the media kind of created as there was this problem, and then there was more sensationalism that kind of got in there. But I'm digressing more. I've been bummed at how much negativity Steve has gotten with that stuff, because
it honestly is a bummer.
Because
I agree with
words hurt, right? And I'm not, again, don't mistake kindness for weakness, okay? But fucking getting shit on all the time, I know exactly how that feels. Every now and again, I'll just go to Vital to look at the 12 pages of people just constantly shitting on me, But then at the same time, it's you should only take criticism from somebody that you'd want to change places with.
Well, I mean, yes and no. There's Vital threads on me, and some of the comments are true. I don't know who the fuck said it. It could be objectively doing shit, fucking divorced, terrible dad, but
most of the
point,
time,
but on point
it's
criticism
a reflection
about me.
of
No, but you can just be. There could be a guy that's oh, Jay said this and he missed this and started talking about himself. No, just bang on. The guy be had an opportunity to ask this, perfect segue, started talking about himself. I'd be you fucking got me. Good. I don't know that guy. Could be a loser. Could objectively be a loser. Doesn't make him wrong. And I've said this to the Lawrence boys. I've said this to Deegan. When people are hating on you, really try and see what's true. Just because they're haters doesn't mean that there's not a speck of truth in there that you actually can take and make you better. Doesn't matter if they live in their mum's basement. Doesn't matter if they're a fucking Democrat, libtard. People can be right about you and have correct criticism, even if they're losers. So I think that is also worthwhile. Sometimes I think there's this blanket statement of oh yeah, fucking never seen a hater doing better than me. And it's he can still be right about you being a fucking dipshit, because people have been right about me being a dipshit that I wouldn't want to trade places with.
There's a quote that's a smart man. Wait, no, I'm not even that smart man. The quote is like, a man that looks to knowledge, he's a smart man, but a man that looks within himself is wise. I think is somewhere where I was trying to go with that. And that was you.
Yeah, I mean,
dropping the wise bomb here.
Yeah, like haters can be right about you.
The mouse just fell off the
no.
thing here for a second. Sometimes my wife is like, hello,
hey buddy,
hello. And it's like concussions, right?
Yeah, but I do. Yeah, there's vital pages about me they're fucking right. It's all good. I'm not perfect.
Well, I've definitely changed from a lot of the like you said, you try to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt on stuff. And, you know, I found that if you don't communicate with them, it's not like it doesn't go away. But if you try to find out, like, where did you come from this? They'll give you an honest answer. And usually when you ask, you're like, oh, so why do you think that about me? Then they come and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then it disputes being as, like, harsh as what you originally perceived it as.
There's also a thing, too, and you are right. Like, it does suck. It does suck when you just see, like, that much hate directed at a person. I think it was, like, the Langston thing that, like, really blew that up. But there is, like, a social media bandwagoning that happens, right? And it's, like, the privateer thing. Like, when I said the privateer thing.
You still get shit for it.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm completely fine with what I said. But...
Are you fine, or...
I'm great. I'm great with what I said.
Okay.
Off
air, I was telling you.
Making a joke about
fine is frustrated, irritated, nervous, and emotional.
I am completely okay with the privateer thing, but there was like this whole wave, like you don't get any hate and no negativity at all. And then something happens. There's like this event that gives people the ability to just pile onto the bandwagon. And all of people's angst towards me and all of the frustration.
Well, it becomes justified.
Yeah.
As long as you're not the first one to do it,
yeah,
then it becomes justified. The first one through the door always gets run over.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I feel is happening. You know, that's been my whole goal with going to some of the races and doing some of the things I do. It's hopes that people are going to follow. And on one of the podcasts, DB literally said he got the message and he's going to do his part to try to make things better. And I interrupted you.
No, but I think that's so you get that bandwagoning effect and people are waiting and they're saving up their frustration that they have with the person. And then there's a thing that they can attach themselves to. And I think that this is one of those with Steve. And it was the same the first time me and him had a back and forward. Like, you could just see this wave of people that suddenly had a license to just
Do you know what carrots in the ear means?
Oh, nah. It's like, it's an inside joke that they've got.
Yeah, I have no idea. Because, like, the first time, you know, him and I had a disagreement, that was the big thing. And I'm like, I don't even know if I should be happy about this or not because I have no idea what the fuck it is. So, like, if the point is to try to make me feel bad, it's like I'm too stupid to know even the joke that at least let me in on the inside joke so I can be like, oh shit, like you got me.
Yeah, I can't even feel a type of way about this.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so I guess to wrap up, to summarize, it's probably been like an hour of fucking carrying on about it. But yeah, I mean,
dude, everyone, like, how has this not been good for the sport?
That's, yes.
AC, Title 24, Daniel Blair, the Pulp stuff. You know, a lot of the riders got involved.
Where we wouldn't have done this episode.
Yeah, when you got, I was like, should we? Is it appropriate?
Yeah, I'm like, let's go. Let's talk about it.
Okay, fine. I'll book a flight and here we are. It's good to just see you.
I know. You know? It's a good excuse. But I asked you to come on a while ago and you said no.
Well, because I felt like your guests are better than...
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I'm just the slowest guy that you've had on the...
I'm the slowest guy. All right?
Well,
no one's taking that crown from me on my own. I'm the slowest guy.
My point is
on
like,
this podcast.
I felt like I didn't want to use our friendship to my own personal gain. And that's why I told you no when you asked me. I don't even remember.
It's probably in Supercross sometime.
Yeah. I was like, you got bigger stuff going on. I'm not taking away from it. You do your shit. Well.
But you are right that this like situation, it is good. Like it adds things. And if you look at
there's no such thing as bad press.
No. So, but I will say, so like my reasoning to talk about all of this, Steve kind of become the dude that was in front of my arrow about it. But it's really been bugging me for a while, the attitude towards the press conferences and the lack of effort that a lot of people put in. It could be way better. It should be way better. The press conference in the next couple of years will be live on Peacock. That's where we're all going.
And it should be. Because you know what I do after every time I look for after I watch a UFC fight?
Go straight to the press conference.
I'm like, who the fuck is going to get that arrow and whatever?
Yeah.
That's some of the steal like an artist of like, these guys I could learn from these guys on what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know?
So with that being said, to get to the level where the press conference will be on Peacock, we have to present Peacock with a package that is just plug and play. Like Peacock's never gonna say if the guy, the exec, fucking call him Greg at Peacock, they come to him, they're like, hey, what do you guys think about putting the press conferences on Peacock live after the race? Like it's streaming, you just keep it going, and then they go, oh, I'll check out one of the press conferences. 3 people sitting there, questions of shit. He listens to Pulp MX. He listens to Vital. None of the guys are even there. And he goes, this kind of sucks. So what is then Greg going to magically go, you know what? I'm just going to inject a bunch of cash into it. Going to call up the top media guys and I'm going to tell them, hey guys, it'd be really great if you came to our press conference. It's going to be on Peacock. We're going to invest in you guys. We're going to give you this No. That's not how this works. For us to get to that next level, it takes a collective effort of all of the biggest and best people in the sport to put in maximum effort, even if the product is not where it needs to be, and a rising tide floats this boat.
Thank you. Build a fucking table.
And the attitude that currently persists through people in the media landscape of all of this, they don't have that attitude. Jason Wygant calls the race live on television and walks his ass down from the fucking broadcast booth to sit in the press conference. Every single time. Sometimes he can't make it because of obligations. Sometimes he's doing the post show. He's in there every fucking chance that he can be. If there's one guy that could say, I'm too busy, it's him. Dude, and he doesn't.
He's a workhorse. Like, I respect the hell out of Weege, because even when he is at the press conference and when he does ask questions, they are very good. Like, he is
the best.
The pinnacle of a journalist, okay? And so I don't know if he was at the Thunder Valley one, if he was behind me or not, but him and I had a conversation afterwards, and everything seemed all good. So then I was taken back when the next day they're on their podcast and they're calling me out on this stuff. I was like, why didn't we just talk to me when I was there, right there? You know? And that's happened a couple times when I've been doing the media stuff where some of the guys are tattling on me saying that I'm getting in their way on stuff. And I'm like, guys,
just say it to my face.
Just say it to my face here.
Yeah.
Like, again, I'm not here to tear you guys down.
Yeah.
If anything, I'm here to help help you guys be better and me be better as well.
Yeah.
You know, let's work together. Like, you're good at that. You're good at that. I've got my own deal. We're not there to compete. The racers are there to compete.
Yeah. Yeah. And so it's nothing personal. I have respect for all of the guys.
It was kind of a cascade because then Langston, he took your stuff and it kind of went boom, boom,
But
boom,
that's
boom,
what I'm
boom.
saying is like you get this kind of bandwagon effect where it's like everyone's kind of free to take.
And then I
take
talked
shots.
to Lanston, and he was like, "Dude, this is all getting way out." And I'm like, "Thank you," because I was in the middle of trying to sleep for my Ironman, and all this fucking shit happens, and I wake up in the morning on my Garmin, and it's like, "Oh, you got 3 hours of sleep," and I'm like, "God damn it," Okay.
Yeah, that part does suck. But anyway, so that's my rant. That's why I interjected myself into the situation. I've been basically just like wanting to say this for a while.
Well, I'm glad to help give you a reason.
It's pissed me off for a bit, and it's not just Steve, but this situation was a pretty good time for me to just dip my toe in, give people my opinion, and don't know, see where it goes. But at least I've said what I wanted to say. Everyone, fucking step it up. All right, we're all trying to make it better. If you think the press conference sucks, don't fucking complain about it. Don't shit on people that are in there having a go. Show us what you got, Tiger.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Segue. What's
So,
the next segue?
What do you think about? Let's talk about the question itself. Great fucking question, because I hadn't really thought about it. You got 3 dudes up there. It's the biggest story in the sport right now that everyone's talking about, but no one's talking about. And to ask AP how he feels about being Tomac's teammate, I thought was actually genius. It's a great way to get someone to talk about a thing that they can't really talk about in a way that they don't. It's just a fucking hypothetical. I thought it was a brilliant question. Hypothetically, what do you make of Tomac going to KTM?
I think it's better than Ducati.
Yes.
And the reason is because you see Ducati somewhat struggling over in Europe. Not completely, but they're working out the kinks, right? It's like...
Yeah, it's a brand new bike.
You go get the latest iPhone, the first firmware update, and you're like, fuck, this thing's slow. It's not working right. And then it takes a bunch of beta testers to figure it out. Tomac is smart enough to know that, hey, I don't have a whole lot of fire left in me. And before it's completely gone, I need to set myself up for success. And how does he do that? Does he do that with a team that he then has to build because of all of his experience, which could be very draining on yourself when you're trying to chase after stuff, when now you're also like the manager and the tester, and you're giving away all the secrets, when you really just want collectively people to be behind you to go do what you're paid to do, is to win.
Yeah.
But he picks KTM, which is also interesting because at this point I'm like, he might not be doing it for the money, even though I think that's still a good part of it. He still believes he's going to get paid.
Oh, no, he thinks he's going to win.
But
yeah, no,
my point is like all the financial trouble that's been going on with the restructuring with KTM, because over in Europe, it's not considered a bankruptcy, it's considered a restructuring. Yeah. And they're more than likely going to be okay. They're going to be able to pay their guys.
Yeah, well, the US is it's like its own company. So they've got all of their own.
But correct me if I'm wrong, the financing, isn't that still going to come from the corporate Premier Mobility Group on everything?
I don't know. I'd have to ask the question, but I feel like the US would cover a fair bit of that nut with the company here. I could be completely wrong.
Okay, well, if we just take out...
But yeah, take even the money side of it, yeah.
So either he's risking potentially not getting paid, but for a program that has been proven to win with, you've got Roxon to Sexton to Dungey, it's a proven program that he doesn't have to build off of. I think it's beautiful. I mean, who else is... The only thing better really for him to be would be to stay on Star, to be honest, because he's not having to try to go from, a Jap bike to an Aussie bike. He, in the different frame, he can just do what has been working.
Yeah.
But I believe, at least I have allegedly been told, as far as the budget is spent there with the riders that they already have, Cooper's getting a big bonus with a contract up from winning again.
Well, and he, I don't know how if it's common knowledge or not, but the first 2 years on his Star contract, when he went back to Star, he took a massive pay cut, like massive. So he basically backed himself and said, I'll take a huge sign-on cut.
Just give me an opportunity.
Let me be here. Obviously, the win bonuses were a lot, championship bonus. So, like, he got a good bonus structure, but he took a massive hit for those 2 years. And it was because they had Tomac as well. So, Tomac was getting top dollar because he's the top dog. And Cooper Webb is a top dog in the sport. He took his cut just to be on that program, delivered him a championship, and got his pay rise. So there was like even some timing. And I think Tomac's retirement also played into that, where Yamaha was like, hey, chill on these 2 years. Tomac's retiring, then you can get the pay rise. So like Coop took his medicine on those 2 years of deals, and then got rewarded and won a championship.
But I mean, think of him betting on himself, because his stock was not very valuable when he signed with that. And now it's exceptionally worth quite a bit more. And again, this needs to be more open as far as what the contracts look like, what the bonus is. That is something that the fans want to know, and they should know. From what I understand is even like a lot of the bonus stuff is taken out by like an insurance policy.
Yeah, they insure against all of it.
Yeah.
So Lloyd's of London, I'm pretty sure, is the one that insures it all. So what do you reckon Coop's championship bonus is?
It had to have been at least $1 million.
I think it was 1.5. I think at KTM he asked for more, and I think 150 win bonuses. So he just added a little 50% on top of what everyone was doing previously. So,
good.
Dude,
the worst thing as far as negotiation come from a position of power,
leverage,
and then ask for more than what you want, and then somewhere down the line you find a no, and then you go from there, and you more than likely are better off than you never ask for exactly what you want.
No,
because
they'll come down.
Yeah,
but what do you think about Eli on the KTM bike as a whole? You used to have a Husky, right? Do you still have a Husky?
Not at the moment, no. But I've had a lot of Huskies. I had like 5 of them I had 6 of them from 16 to 21. And the KTMs have more, the Huskies are more, it's probably because of the airbox of it.
Yeah, the carbon airbox.
Yeah, they're a little bit more of like, they call it the vet type motor, where the KTMs are more powerful. They're more beefy, especially on top. I think it's going to work beautifully for him because Tomac never really sees the lug on those bikes. But again, from a motor standpoint, they'll make whatever the fuck they want to make for the rider.
Yeah.
But as far as the base model, if we're talking sheer just stock KTM, that bike is built for a Tomac to ride.
I think, I'm curious. At least my own experience.
And they could put a cable clutch on it too if they need to.
I wonder if they will. I wonder how easy or hard that is.
And I don't think the production rule has... From like the questions I asked at Star, where they're literally using different forks that they don't make anymore for the Yamahas to have the KYBs on there.
Yeah, but the production only is like the engine cases.
The frame.
Yeah, the frame. Like there's only...
So they could totally put the clutch on there.
Yeah. I just wonder how the clutch is actually set up. Like Yamaha is set up like it comes with a hydraulic. Comes with a cable, but you can put a hydraulic. The 26s come with a hydraulic, but you can put a cable. So I just don't know if KTM's like built the same way. I'm sure they could figure it out. But I wonder, like my own experience I've owned both KTM and Yamaha. He's going to have all the power he wants with the KTM. They're going to be able to make that thing into a rocket ship. It's actually faster stock than the Yamaha. I think the Yamaha just feels a little bit faster.
Sounds like a weed whacker.
Yeah. But the KTM, I always found when you rev that bike like really high up in the RPM range, the chassis feels tight. Like that's when the bike doesn't feel good to me. But on the Yamaha, dude, just and the bike feels fine. The chassis feeling doesn't change at all when you go from like peak revs on a Yamaha to peak revs on a KTM. That's like the only thing where I'm like, I wonder if that's a thing at that level,
It's
or
not
if that's
like
a thing that they.
We're talking about the KTMs that used to have the swing arm linkage.
Oh no,
You know,
no.
so I'm pretty sure Tomac is going to be able to win on any bike as long as he starts in front of Jet. I will say that. We've yet to see Tomac pass Jet out front. It's always, we're only in round 5. However, the only guy that's been able to do it has been AP, and he was on a KTM.
Yeah.
So I think don't count him out.
Nah,
Beast mode is there.
Yeah.
The whole playing field is just
Yeah.
leveled up considerably.
Yeah.
And I'm just happy because truthfully, I've been the guy that has been saying he's been retiring for like 4 years, right? And every year I got to say, I was wrong. Because up until these guys, it was 26 years old is when all the guys retired.
Yeah.
Villapoto, 26. RV, 26. Stewart, 26. And
Ricky,
Carmichael,
yeah.
26. It's like...
There was a theme.
It was and now it's all over 30.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think it's so good for the sport that he'll be there. It kind of breaks my heart just to not see him, like, you remember in...
finish on Yamaha, is that where you're
Yeah, just the monster, the Yamaha, like just the aura of like that guy in those colors. You know what I mean? It's like
Is he going to bring...
No,
I haven't looked at the details, but there's no way he
Red
can
Bull,
bring...
Bro. He's Red Bull.
So there's definitely burning a bridge there because
Massively.
There's a...
And dude, it might just be the thing that works. Like
good for him though.
Yeah, it might just... It shows how competitive he still is and how much he wants to race and win and the belief that he has in himself. Like, dude... I've said it 100 times on the podcast. San Diego Supercross was like the fucking coolest shit in the world. Like, as an Australian, never thought I would cheer so loud for Jet to get second. Like, I was fucking losing it in the stands. I jumped up in the air when he crossed the finish line. My fucking beanie come off. Like, full fangirl moment of seeing him do what he did. So, like, he's incredibly competitive still. He is gnarly as fuck. Like, he can win races, you know? So it does show the fact that he's willing to burn that monster relationship that he's had forever, the Yamaha. Like, he could have got a paycheck from Monster for 20 years. And Yamaha, they're the same. Like, they still sponsor Bradshaw. They still, so he left, in my opinion, he's left a lot on the table. And I just wonder...
But maybe that relationship has just been replaced with...
100%. Maybe it keeps going. Red Bull does, Red Bull looks after their guys in the same way. But I wonder if, like, the compound interest that he's earned over the years... Like, you go into the Monster headquarters and there's just, like, Tomac championship bikes. And, you know what I mean? Like, so he's just was such a... such an iconic part of that company. And I just wonder if you can build that in a year or two at KTM and Red Bull. And like, do you remember Jeremy McGrath as a KTM rider?
I only remember because of how cool that bike was.
Yeah,
The
but when you
Budweiser.
think about, when you picture your baby Jesus.
I don't picture, because unfortunately it becomes more iconic of like the downfall of he probably should have retired before he went to KTM, right? And I think that's what helped Carmichael and them, because there's a reason why Stewart, Carmichael, everybody I just talked about retired when they were on top. It's because they saw what Jeremy went through. And it was weird to watch happen. Even though I'm like 12 years old, I'm going, the dude that I'm used to always winning, he's 5th, 6th right now. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. And I don't think that's going to happen to Tomac. I think he's going to be super competitive all next year in Supercross. And
It's a much better bike than what...
Yeah. But I just wonder, like, just the equity that you have of spending years and years and years on a certain bike in a certain program, and like just the look of it, you know, like just the whole aura that he had going on. Like it's just going to be such a crazy change to
The cool
see him at
thing
A1.
is
Like I'm here for it. I'm not against it. I'm not mad at it. It's just crazy at this point in your career that it's just this literally 180.
his reputation is in his hands, which is the cool thing.
Yeah, his legacy.
Yeah, is he can make this happen if he so chooses to, which is going to be cool to see unfold. And I just want to see him retire healthy. I don't want to see it with a asterisk behind it where he's out because just that a simple injury, because he should have more championships than what he does, but it's been some injuries.
Yeah. What does success look like for him? Like for you, 2026, what is a successful season for Eli Tomac on KTM?
Do you want a philosophical answer, or it's hard to put it in terms of if you're putting it on paper, comparison is the theft of joy. So for him to compare himself to Jet is not worth it. And I don't see somebody as experienced as Tomac to be putting his success based upon whether he's winning or not. Truthfully, I think he is a wise enough man that he's going to put his success on how well did I ride the bike? Am I the best version of Tomac? Even if that's 5th place, Tomac. And we still see beast mode where he just...
Yeah, but beast mode doesn't get 5th. That's not what beast mode is.
No, on paper, beast mode doesn't get 5th because we're used to like... If you look at the lap time charts, beast mode isn't this obscene just NOS button where all of a sudden Tomac goes from 202s to 155s. Like that's not beast mode. You know, like looking at the numbers, what beast mode is 202, lap 1, lap 28, 202.
Yeah.
He just doesn't slow down. Where everyone else, 208, 209. And so it just looks like he's going so much faster, but it's just because that engine keeps up.
Yeah.
But then when I look at Jet rides at a consistent like 80% or so, and then he's got that extra gear. So at the end, you see him speed up. And that's why I feel people don't think that they've seen beast mode yet, but I believe we have seen beast mode. And it's just been beast mode is tailing Jet. So that at least that's where I'm, as far as technically, analytically looking at, that's what I'm going. And sometimes, you know, like you've got the new kid on the block and you've got the legend, right? And people are wondering where the legend showed up. And we're going, dude, truthfully, I think that this is the best we've seen him. Because honestly, like AP, I would have never thought AP would be riding as well as he has. But as he said with, you know, my question, he's had a lot of teachers that he's looked up to and implemented new strategies into his riding technique. And we've seen the best AP we ever have. You know, we're seeing a better version of Hunter as well. So just a rising tide. There's so much going on here.
Yeah.
And even in Supercross, dude, watching Tomac, I'm like, how is anybody going to beat Tomac? How? And then we watch him get beat by sometimes Webb, sometimes Sexton, sometimes himself. But I truthfully think that beast mode is better than he's ever been. And so therefore, there's no reason for me to believe that he's not going to be better than what he is now on KTM. Because as a fan and as somebody that has studied Tomac, I do not see him signing up one more year just to go one more year.
No.
He's, you know, like success happens when preparation meets opportunity. And so you think that Tomac's not going to have preparation and then the opportunity with KTM, we're going to see a badass version. And we're going to see that KTM scream like it's never screamed before.
Dude, yeah. just close my eyes thinking about, I just don't even know how the KTM
Just a Red Bull
sounds.
helmet is going to be weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's just this whole aura shift that I just don't know that I'm ready
Jace,
for.
like, this is where I was going more with hypotheticals. Could you imagine, let's just say Tomac is better than Jet this year. He wins. He brings the number 1 plate
back to
KTM.
Oh, how many times has that happened where like the number 1 plate's just like, there you go, KTM, run it.
Yeah.
So good. So are we entering, you like MotoGP? You cover a little bit of MotoGP on your channel. Are we entering the era of motocross and supercross where the bike that you're on actually matters?
I think it's always kind of been that way.
You reckon?
I mean, it's a tough question because this is a difficult question because there's more to be like, hey.
Are you going to get in trouble for answering it? Am I being unprofessional?
I mean, I did tell you at the beginning of this, it's only fair if you ask me the hard questions.
You keep drifting. Go this way. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, get in the
yeah,
camera.
are you looking?
I'm lining you up, bro.
Truthfully.
So you think it's always mattered? It has to an extent. But
Well, honestly, like, there's a big difference between, at least how I perceive, the Twisted Tea Suzuki versus the Progressive Suzuki. I don't necessarily believe that it's just so much of Tomac because I still believe that, Chisholm and them are really good riders. They should not be running around 18th or whatever. Okay. I think the motorcycle is so much more advanced for Kenny than it is for the other team. There's 2 semis there. One has got to be an influx of money with Progressive where the other ones are not. And I'm going to say, I think we've already been there, right? Like, this is why guys would rather be on a Star Yamaha deal or an HRC rather than Kawasaki at this moment. Because that's
kind of what I'm wondering.
Everyone is really like, fucking Prado. Where is he at? Does he not want to be here? And truthfully, I think it's got a lot to do with the bike. Okay. And there's been a lot going on with Jason. That's got to be hard to continue to race full gas. I mean, respect that he's out there getting a job done because that's what he's contracted to do. And freaking Prado, I think, needs to get out of his own way because he needs to let him just be the champion that he is. Because this is where I could potentially get in trouble. It's the 10,000 hour rule. Okay. The European guys, they are better moto dudes than us. It's been time and time again proven over the last few years at the MX of Nations that we get our butt kicked. Yeah, you could throw in some hypotheticals there with like, our guys aren't out there to risk their lives because they know that they're going to sign up for Supercross where they're going to make their money. They're doing this race for free. There is a lot of that there. But if I'm just statistically, scientifically speaking, our guys focus on Supercross where all the money is for over half the year in preparation.
Yeah.
They're not worried about bike setup. They're not worried about running motos. Where the guys over in Europe, all year round, they are riding moto. So, you mean to tell me you're a jiu-jitsu guy if you just do jiu-jitsu all day long? Then I do MMA because...
Perfect analogy.
And then we get in the ring together and the rules are just jiu-jitsu that you're not going to kick my ass.
And you can literally see that. Like, there's a guy, Nicky Rod, or Gordon Ryan, like best dude in the sport. If Gordon Ryan got in the cage and did a jiu-jitsu match, starting standing with literally anybody in the world, he wins. Because he's the best at that thing that he only trains to do. Couldn't throw a punch to save his life.
And when I asked Prado straight up, like, what's a better bike? The unlimited MXGP bikes or the ones over here? Yeah, it was a loaded question because he's not really allowed to talk shit about where he's riding. you know? And so I guess, did I put him in an interesting situation and he handled it really well? Yeah.
Yeah.
He handled it really well. But that dude is such a talented motocross rider that the Kawasaki, whatever is going on there, is limiting him to us seeing the best version of himself. Okay. Therefore, I'm going to stand behind that it is motorcycle rather than himself. And now I'm actually really nervous about Sexton moving over to the Cowie, because if he's going to go over and be on an inferior bike, he's going to lose his shit to give up his ride and have Tomac come out here. And yeah,
That's been a massive head scratcher for me, as to like him going to
or
Cowie.
he's just lost interest, where he just he can't find that other gear. Like, he's lost the passion. Like, is he homesick? You know, does he want to go back to
Prado?
Europe? Yeah. Like, that's the only other thing that I can think of that is inhibiting his ability to ride that motorcycle, because underneath all of it, the talent and the hard work is there.
Yeah.
If he's actually putting in the work.
Yeah.
Because there's also a saying, a man that works hard and practices is going to trump a guy that is talented and lazy all day long.
Yeah.
And judging by watching him on his road bike when I was at Thunder Valley, I don't really lean to believe that it's laziness.
No, he's a beast, bro.
So especially when I was asking about his VO2 max and he said it was over, the 70s. I'm like, motherfucker, dude, that's some elite lung capacity.
He's
there.
a beast, like properly a beast.
So it's 100% more bike than it is rider.
Yeah.
And him, the coming out of his mouth when I talked to him, he's like, yeah, the US tracks are smooth. And you mean to tell me that when you were at Star Yamaha, you would have much rather rode a smooth track than a rough track? You go faster on a smooth track than you do a rough track. Kawasaki needs to figure their shit out, because they've got a supreme talent right there.
Yeah, I just think, like, so the stock Kawasaki, and this is where the production rule, and this is where I'm probably speaking a bit out of my ass, because I just don't know what I don't know what a factory team can or can't do here to make that 450 faster, right? But if you just compare bone stock YZ 450 or KTM 450 to a bone stock Cowie 450, the Cowie has the weaker engine. Like, that's just, you can go on any test article and you'll hear that. So it's like, is it now we're to a place where you need a way better base to start because the level's so high? And like, you even hear guys be like that race Kawasaki's be like, yeah, Prado needs to shift down gears. Like, he's trying to carry third through every turn minimum, and that's just not the way that bike's set up. So,
but it's not his fault. That's where Kawasaki needs to build the bike for him.
But that's what I'm saying. Is it now at the point where Cowie's like, dude, that's what we got?
Well, okay. I need to look a little bit more into this, but as far as, it might just be on the fact that it's not the new iteration, because every bike has like a 4-year cycle for stuff.
Yeah.
But looking at the 2026s, I did not see a new 85 on there for 2026. And maybe that's
a new 85?
A new 85, because they're always coming out with the new bikes, 2026, 2027, 250, 450. Maybe, I don't know. I just heard somewhere from somebody that Kawasaki they're not making 2026 85s. I haven't looked into it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they probably have, but let's just say if it's true, everyone is struggling. Okay, KTM is going through a huge financial restructuring. Okay, that's been public, and if they were able to, they probably would have tried to hide that from the media. Okay, if I look around, everyone is not just in moto in general, but every company is either laying people off or doing something, right? These tariffs are not helping. I'm a huge Trump fan, but I am super pissed at what's going on. I have lost so much goddamn money because of this wishy-washy bullshit that's trying to tank the stock market so that the bonds go down so that we can refinance our rate. It's fucking up everything. And you got to think that racing is not really the number one thing on a lot of people's agenda. Okay. There's been massive rumors about KTM not being able to pay a lot of their staff, not just in racing, but just in the factory in general. Okay. I'm sure that if the general population is struggling to pay bills, KTM is probably like, you want an extra $1 million to make special pieces, parts, whatever. We don't have it.
Yeah.
Deal with what that budget was. You're getting no more. Or they may have even taken some of it. I mean, of course, I'm speculating, but like times
I
are
could
rough
see-
out
yeah,
there.
Yeah, I could see that.
And Prado, that's not his fault, right? He's just a byproduct of the situation that's going on around him. So I don't think results are showing the big picture of everything. There's always more. There's always something else going on.
The was it the first moto or it must have been I can't remember. About High Point, like he ripped a start and he was like kind of right there and ended up 8th in like within the first lap. That wasn't a good sign. Just like, I wonder, like, it's just not, he's looking timid. He's not looking at all like the guy that he has for the last few years.
You give him a pass on Supercross because what did we see? Kenny or Tom Vial, they usually come over and wad themselves for a couple seasons because they're not used to the gigantic transitions and just all the lips and bumps that Supercross requires. But then to see him perform better in Supercross than motocross makes you go, what the fuck is going on? Right? But that's where I lean to. It's not, I don't believe, it's either he's injured, he's lost drive, or it's the motorcycle. And from seeing him in person and him appearing to have everything together and appearing to be happy to be at the races, I'm going to say a bike. Total bike. And then again, Jason Anderson, he's not really performing that well on that motorcycle either. But again, I don't know if he's phoning it in more because fucking life happens, right? But I think it's got more to do with the motorcycle.
Fair. So that motorcycle, talk about the Chase Sexton thing, predictions of how Chase goes at Cowie.
I'm always a big Chase fan when I see Chase get out of his own way. Truthfully, I think the talent is he's so good at riding a motorcycle when he gets out of his own way. I don't think we're going to see a just sheer onslaught, but I'm hoping we see some signs of brilliance where he is winning races, but I don't think he's going to win the championship. And I feel that is a pretty fair assessment because he should have won the championship for Supercross because he should have, what was it? Phoenix? Is that the Supercross round that they call it? Or is it
Glendale, you mean?
Yeah, Glendale.
Yeah.
He should have been nowhere near Cooper Webb to crash into him. He gave up so many points doing that kind of shit.
That was Arlington.
Oh, okay, yes, that was Arlington.
Yeah. That was a huge turning point in the championship.
Yeah.
Like massive.
So I've said this before, and honestly, I don't know. However, if I was in Chase's shoes, I'd be getting a sports therapist. I'd be getting hypnotized. I'd be doing, because your problem is not riding a motorcycle. Your problem is having these little brain farts that fuck up you riding the motorcycle. Because when you are on point, almost nobody can beat you as long as you're like out in front of them. Right? And you're a very intimidating guy because you're big and you're good at what you do. But everyone is expecting you to crash out front. So
He's expecting it.
yes.
Probably.
So fix that small problem. Get hypnotized. Do whatever mumbo jumbo.
Start smoking fucking Winston Reds.
Dude, exactly, man. You know,
DMT on the start line.
I don't care what kind of placebo effect you got to do, but just make it happen. And he's going to be right there with Jet and Tomac every single weekend.
I sadly agree.
And that's no,
No, that's you wanting the best for him.
It's hard to come up with, if you're sitting back at the tent and your team is telling you, oh, dude, you got to come up with 2-3 seconds. That's going to be, that's just not good enough.
Almost impossible, yeah.
But if your team is going on there and they're just like, what did you do?
Yeah.
Think better.
Yeah, you'd rather have that problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've
spoke about probably way too much, but yeah, the Arlington thing for me was like, and I had breakfast with a friend after it that was like he was a racer from like a different world, right? And he's like, dude, when I saw the head down sitting on the tough block, like he said, that's a guy that just hates his fucking life in that moment. And
regret. Massive regret.
Fully hates himself and hates his life in that moment, you know? And that sucks. And he's saying it as, he's like, I can relate. Like, I know that because I've been that. Like, I've literally done the exact same thing. And that is what I wish he could change. Like, don't do anything else. Like, to your point, you know, it's like, figure out what you've got to do internally to make it so that you don't hate this whole process. Because I feel like, you know, when you're around Jet, he does not hate his life. Like, even with all of the shit that he's had to go through over the last couple of years, he does not hate his life. He gives you the kindest hug. He'll have a laugh. Funny as fuck. Like, that's a guy that is living a good life regardless. So it's like that to me, I'm like, whether you're on KTM, whether you're on Cowie, whatever, that to me, like there's something that's going on in that world.
Chase just needs to learn how to let go of the mistakes that he's made. I think they are haunting him to where, just as your point, he's sort of expecting that to happen again. And once those intrusive rumination come into your head, that's when it's all gone. Oh, I've done this before. Am I going to be able to keep doing that? And then all of a sudden it's like, what underwear am I wearing? And then bam, it's over in an instant. And you can't do that at that level.
Yeah.
Right? But people can't ride at his level when he is on. So for him, I think he could make the Kawasaki, even if it sucks, win if he fixes that one thing.
Yeah, it's just such a huge thing.
But it's hard. It's easy for me to point that out.
Yeah.
Because I'm not in Chase's head.
Yeah.
And usually when, you know, it's just like somebody that's super depressed or whatever. Oh, just be happy.
Just cheer up, man. Yeah.
Don't
let it stress you out.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that shit's been going on. I've had a really rough year with, I don't know if we'll get into it or not, but I've lost a lot of money. And
you did. I didn't know if you'd want to talk about that. Hectic. I don't know how I'd deal with that, to be completely honest. I would have been bummed.
It's regret. It's regret. And regret is difficult. And then, you know, these are like more of my egotistical issues and being prideful. And you know, I've had more time to if you find yourself on the side of the majority, stop and reflect. I've had to reflect a lot and be like, oh, why me? Why is this shit happening to me? And blah, blah, blah. But you know, my first love is kind of finance and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Do we want to continue talking moto or do we want to
No. Did say you lost a bunch of money? You kind of got scammed, right?
I mean, but it is partially my fault too. I lost $250,000.
Oh.
Yeah, it gone.
I don't even have $250,000.
Gone in seconds. Gone in seconds. So like, dude, all this shit that's been going on in moto and blah blah blah, I don't give two shits. I'm like, you guys, I've been giving myself fucking, I'm losing more hair. I'm, like I'm a fucking failure,
How did it happen? So you traded through like a weird wallet, right?
Well, it was a Singapore exchange is what it is, because like cryptocurrency trading is not legal here in America as far as derivatives, futures tradings where you're leveraging. Perpetual contracts are not legal here in the United States. So you usually have to use a VPN or blah, blah, blah. And, this is where this is why I've been reaching out to more people as far as, hey, I want to pick your brain on people that are more successful than I am. Because if you're the smartest guy in the room, you need to find a fucking different room.
Yeah.
Right? And one of the reasons why I picture you as one of my big brothers is when it comes to this realm of moto, you know your shit, dude. And so I openly respect what you have to say and take what you say for like, okay, here, I need to make some of those changes. Back to when we were talking about comments, honestly, I give two shits when somebody says that is being negative about me, because again, I'm only taking advice from people that I would be okay with switching places with, in the skill set that they have. But when I was at the Supercrosses, people don't know that like inside my pocket, there was times that I was down $100,000, and then the next minute I was down 150, and and I'm still going to the fucking press conference, right? And I'm getting notifications on my phone like, oh, Johnny, better add 25 more grand or you're gonna fucking lose it all. Like you want to talk about pressure. I was gone. I was gone. Like this was, I wouldn't say rock bottom, but it's not midlife crisis, but it seems like every 10 years or so, I have something drastic happen in my life. Like around 10 years ago, my dream of moto and everything died, and I got really fucking hurt, spent a couple months in the hospital, multiple surgeries, blah, 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 right? But then this happened, and, I've always been an investor, and I've always known how to compound and make money, and that's where I've started from nothing. And I think part of some of my issues with that has been my ego, right? Because I came from nothing. So me having another kid and everything, there was a lot of pressure to where like, this is the time. And those who dare to do great things, are also susceptible to failing greatly, right?
Yeah, it's Icarus.
And unfortunately,
you can fly too close to the sun.
I should be up almost $100,000 right now, but the money was stolen from me. And that's what's really difficult to deal with, is because it was like, it's not my fault. But at the same time, it's somewhat my fault.
Yeah, it's always your fault.
Because I put myself in that situation.
Have you ever read Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink?
I have not.
I'd give that a read. It's a fucking tough one.
Okay, you're going to have to text me, dude, because...
Hey, when my fucking warehouse burned down, that's my fault. My fault. There was something I could have done. Like, don't even know what, but like, I just have to accept that like, there was something that I could have done to prevent that. Didn't do it. Is what it is. Learn for the next time,
See, I mean, there's a man right there that's taking acceptance of...
Yeah, it's just accountability.
The scenario that happened to you. It's not a matter of what happens to you. It's a matter of how you react to it, right? But this might be like a 20-minute conversation, Jace.
All good. I got time.
But again, dude, that's why the moto stuff, I don't give two shits about. I'm like, you guys want to know what real stress is? Real stress is sleeping 2 hours a night because you're going to bed when the American market closes and the Chinese market opens. And then at 3 a.m., huge volatility because the Hong Kong market closes and now the European market open, because cryptocurrency doesn't sleep. It's 24/7, right? And we're in a world where fucking Elon Musk and Trump have a small Twitter battle and Bitcoin goes down by 10 grand.
Yeah.
Okay, so I understand how to invest, and you get wealthy slowly. It's not sexy. Okay. And I've always been a decent trader, where I'll make $1,000 a month or something. And, most of the money I've just had been stockpiling because I've been a phenom with just every dollar I make, I put 25% in away on something. But I had this goal, and this is some of my underlying issues, okay? Because I've always been a provider for my family. Yeah. And I have a beautiful wife. Like Supercross Voices, they had this funny meme as far as like, oh, the dude that wins all the local stuff and, he's a 3-digit number and he's in the LCQ, but he's got the smoke show of a wife. I'm like, that's fucking me all day long. But, my wife, when I lost my dream and everything, it was like, okay, let's get her into vet school and let's go after that. And so she became a doctor. And then all of a sudden these rumination of these thoughts in my head, like, oh, she doesn't need me anymore financially. She's an independent woman. She can do this stuff on her own.
Just insecurity,
right? We'll call it how it is.
Yeah.
And I've made $120,000 in a month before, which is a great feeling. But again, I've also lost $250,000 within seconds, which is not a good feeling. But I drive a $100,000 truck. Okay. My wife drives a $100,000 Sequoia. Does she fucking need that? No, I need that. That's not on her. I'm like, she deserves to have this shit, but she doesn't need that. What she wants is she just wants a present man that's going to be a good father to her kids and love her and respect her. And over the last 5 months or so, I have been so fucking disconnected because lack of sleep doesn't help. And then, like I said, dealing with losing that money and the constant of whether or not I'm going to lose it has been destroyed me, where I haven't really been present for some stuff, and so it's a lesson that I had to learn the hard way. And it is regret, and you can start over from stuff, but maybe I'm a degenerate gambler, maybe there's other shit that's going on that's like, I need to have excitement to feel alive. I mean, like the reason why I do Ironmans or half Ironmans for the fuckers out there that say that like, it's not a full Ironman. I'm like, well, fuck you, man. It's not just to do something hard. It's to do like, I can do something hard. I know how to push my body. I've had rhabdo twice by pushing my body. The first time was I decided to do Murph, but I wanted to do 3 times Murph. So I was doing 5 miles in between each of the deals. Then I was in the hospital for a couple times. Then I was like, hey, I want to do a marathon on the rower. Gave myself rhabdo again. Big fluid, you're peeing out orange and blah, blah, blah. Just dumbass, like pushing myself. I'm good at that. Okay. But when it came to the Ironmans, knowing how you're going to react when you panic is an interesting feeling. Okay. Because when you start panicking, it's when you feel like you're going to die. Everything starts shutting down and you start not controlling your own body. And, I've been chasing that feeling, right? Like this is the substance abuse problem that moto guys have. And I've somewhat turned that feeling into money. Like I should have over $1 million has slipped through my fingers in the last 7 months.
Really?
And it's my fault. It's fucking my fault. Like why do I feel the need to point out this is why I'm successful? This proves that I'm successful. All you fuckers that say all this stuff, look at me now. I'm successful. And you know what? Real success is not what you have. It's not being an absent father because you have money. It's not being... Success is not materialistic, right? Don't give up something you have for something that you don't need. Like, I'm a smart enough dude that I know how to fucking do it right, but for some reason, stuff this year was just spiraling out of control, and I saw shit just lighting on fire around me, you know, and it's hard to bitch and complain about something when this is a first fucking world problem. You know how goddamn lucky I am? Like I told you at the beginning of this, I work from home. I somewhat make my own schedule. I take my daughter to all this stuff. Like, why is that not good enough? What more do I need? That's my insecurities, right? Those are answers that I need to get answered with stuff. I could blame my parents. I could blame all this stuff. But you know what? The buck stops with me. And honestly, it's a good fucking thing that I lost all that money because you know what? I'm a stubborn motherfucker that needs to fucking hit a wall head first before enough is enough. You know, it took before I almost lost $700,000 before I told my wife what was going on. Like, you want to talk about, and you know what? You know what my wife did? She's like, you're a fucking idiot. But you know what? I love you because of who you are, and we can start over. Just don't fucking do it again. Okay? But anyway.
In 2022, Eli Tomac made the switch to Yamaha and found instant success on their class-leading YZ450F. Eli Tomac had 3 reasons for making the switch. He wanted power, and the Yamaha has the strongest and most tunable motor in the class. He wanted KYB suspension, and the YZ450F comes stock with his preferred KYB system. And finally, he wanted a cable clutch. Yamaha took the championship-winning YZ450F and made it even better. More powerful, lighter, slimmer, with enhanced overall stability and more agility than ever before. The 2025 YZ450F is available now in both Yamaha Blue, or to really look like Eli Tomac, it's also available in the Monster Energy Edition. The pinnacle of off-road 4-stroke performance wrapped in iconic Yamaha racing livery. Head to YamahaMotorsports.com or into your local dealer now.
This is, you know, the therapy sessions here.
Yeah.
You know, like,
are you doing therapy?
Off and on. I
Dude,
have.
just do it.
It's been
Do it on.
It's been remote.
Do it on.
You know, and it's like, dude, it's hard to like
Do it every 2 weeks.
You know, that's why
What's
like
your aversion not with why is it off and on?
Because it seems as if weakness, right? Like the way I was raised.
That's gay.
It is gay, okay? But you know what? Fuck you, Jace,
Gay.
for it's the same thing with me criticizing Jace for a problem that seems so easily fixed, right? You know, for me it's difficult. But yet it's so easy to be fixed. And I'm in a much better place.
I say to literally millions of people that listen to this show that me and Anna do therapy every 2 weeks. Like, what the fuck is weak about that? Like, it's literally one of the best things that we've ever done for ourselves and our relationship. We do it together. Sometimes I'm busy and she'll do it by herself. Sometimes she's busy, I'll do it by myself. It's the most valuable thing that you can do. And it's like, it's the strongest thing you can do. Like, there's just no weakness in it.
It's flexing a muscle, right? If you think bad things, that's kind of what you're going to create. And, you know, at the beginning of this, transforming, being in a better place and all that, like, you are 1,000% right, dude. You are 1,000% right. My issue is trying to undo bad habits that have gone on in a deep connection since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
And that's where the aversion comes from. You know,
that's what this helps. You know, like it was like a couple weeks ago, and then you're doing the therapy thing, and I'm like telling this story, and then the chick, like, I've literally been going to this same lady for like 18 months, and she's like, how have you never told me that? And it was like some stuff from my childhood, and I'm like, yeah, well, I don't know, just didn't really think of it. She's like, oh, I needed to know, like, that's a important thing for you to tell me, like it explains a bit of this and explains a bit of that, and so I mean, that's like the whole point, dude. It's like you just go and you talk and you work through it, and it provides some clarity. And, you know, then you have a level of self-awareness that makes you almost be able to author your own decision. You're like, oh, yeah, no, that's why that kind of exists in the way that it does. And like, I don't have to do this, or I don't have to feel this. I don't have to think this. This comes from that. That's fucked up. That's a bummer that happened. That's cool. I can choose to think different. I can choose to react differently. I can break that pattern of behavior or that pattern of thinking. You know, like it's literally what it's there for, is to like really dive into all that shit, you know?
I have no rebuttal because
it's hard to do. Not everyone does
I
it.
know in the times I have done it, it's been very difficult, you know, because
You
a
just
lot of times
got to find a person that you like, that's cool. Like the chick that we do it with, she's awesome. She's like early.
What do you charge an hour?
Well, I'm not fucking doing shit. But yeah, she's like she's great. She's unreal. I really like her. I really trust her. Like I said, we've got 18 months worth of, you know, things that we've talked about as a couple, as individual, you know, just find someone you trust. It's like just a resource.
Yeah.
For the small amount of investment, you know, it's it's like pound for pound, some of the best money you can spend if you find a good person, you know.
And there is no backpedaling to what you said, because it's just a yes or no. Like yes, yes, that's exactly what needs to happen, and I need to do more of it, because it's the times that I've done it has been good, and then yeah, it's just thank you. You know, if I get anything out of us coming down here, yeah, I should be doing more of that, because I'm a good father. I'm a good provider.
100%.
All that stuff. There's just some things about my tendencies that lean back to, it's the racing stuff, and it's got.
But it all comes down to insecurities. You know, it's just to.
See, I came on your podcast to prove how much insecurities I have.
But we all, I'm fucking.
Well, thank you, Chase.
Hey, I'm insecure too. I got my shit. Like we all like. I literally think that your life can only get better when you face the insecurities that you have. And insecurities are the things that hide in the shadows that you don't actually want to admit to yourself, that you don't want to acknowledge, because it's very awkward, it's very painful, it's very hard. It's like what we spoke about off camera, you know, like there's some people that have started all of this drama in their life and uprooted their whole life, telling themselves a story about the thing that happened to them and why this thing and why that, and then why that this happened in their life. And it's like, yeah, bro, you just fully can't look in the mirror and admit that this was down to your own ego and your own insecurity. Like all of this could have been solved if you asked yourself the hardest questions. And it goes back to what I was saying about like haters and the vital thing. Like I can go through that and honestly go, that hurts, but that's right. Like you need to have that level of like honesty with yourself to improve. And it's fine to have insecurities. We all have them, but it's like, are you actively working on them? Because the problem is they're the things that trip you up in life. If you're put yourself in a position where you can lose 250 G's in a second in Bitcoin, and it's not for the right reasons, then that's a fucking problem. Like that's the thing that's going to trip you up, you know? And dude, I've had the last couple of years, like I was in a cycle of not being happy until like, dude, what first thing you said when you're like, oh dude, you got your truck. When did you get this truck? I was probably saying to you like, oh yeah, fuck, I just need to get a truck so bad. Or like happiness,
you did.
But I was unhappy until I got this, until I got Anna her car, until I found us a house. And it's like, yes, there are obviously things that you should worry, like you should try and have a house for your family. You should make sure you like, yes, that's going to cause you stress. But I was literally miserable when I was living a great life. Like I was having success in my podcast. Had a great relationship. I got great friends. I got great family. Like I was living in Airbnbs in a place where I wanted to live. I didn't have my own house, was renting a car, but like I shouldn't have been miserable. So it's like until you can look at yourself objectively, and until you can like, you know, really have those conversations, it's like those insecurities are the things that are going to hold you back in life, you know?
And dude, it's the capitulation. It's the why me? Why does this happen to me?
Oh, for
I'm
sure,
the
bro.
fucktard.
Yeah.
You know, all this stuff. That's where all this stuff goes. Your insecurities are in the parking lot doing push-ups. And I know this stuff, you know, like I have gone to therapy a lot of the time, even when my father died, right? And that's when I started my YouTube channel, was because I had this bent up aggression on stuff, and
God, you were carrying on.
Dude.
Old Johnny was carrying on.
Yeah, man, and you are right, and that's where like I'm in the part of my life where maybe this is somewhat of a midlife crisis type shit, and but you know what? I have an opportunity to learn from it, and that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm much more. The weight is much less heavy now that it's gone, but it's hard to physically with communication is 7% words. It's like 37% body language, and then the rest is tone, right? It's hard for me to portray how I felt and what was going on this year. Like my taxes are going to be fucking amazing. You know, like I'm going to have a really good tax deduction on stuff, but I've been carrying a lot of burden that is unfortunately, like, I'm sorry that it's embarrassing to say this on your podcast. And, you know, I'm part of the reason why it's hard for people to vibe with me as well as they do with you is I don't know if I lack seniority with people, where people don't potentially maybe believe that I'm sincere about a lot of stuff, and I overshare, and it's kind of a problem, and I'm kind of oversharing right now, but
yeah, I don't know that oversharing is a problem, bro. Like I think people appreciate.
Well, it's a problem when people use it against you.
Yeah, fair.
Right? Like,
yeah, that is fair.
Yeah. That's why, like, I keep my circle small.
Yeah.
And this is, you know, I haven't really shared this with anybody because, like I said, the shit that's been going on has been easy peasy compared to the shit that I put myself through.
Yeah.
Right? And then it takes drastic events for me to like snap out.
Yeah.
And it's something that, you know, if I'm putting an analogy towards riders, is I see the same similarities with when a rider just goes full ape shit and then all of a sudden he gets hurt and it's like, oh, the pressure's off.
Yeah.
The pressure's off. I can relax. You know, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Right? And that happens more often than not. But you are 1,000% right. I should get my ass more in therapy. I'm a cheap ass. I've always been a cheap ass, and $150 a session is fucking nothing.
Yeah, but it's just it's investing in yourself, bro.
And it's important, right? And it doesn't matter how many books I read or whatnot, because usually I have a goal about like 50 books a year, and I'm at 8. Like I read one more on the plane that was dealing with failure. Right. And I got a couple of messages when I was posted on my Instagram, because, you know, that's just what I do. It's like, hey guys, if you want to follow some of the books that I'm reading, here's this. I got some messages like, oh, this has nothing to, what are you still doing about this whole moto stuff? And I'm like, you guys have no fucking idea why I'm reading this stuff. And it's because I feel like a failure. I have massive regrets on stuff because I've gone back 3 years as far as in my investments and stuff, which isn't bad because, you know, I stopped shit from getting real bad. And that's why, like, it's difficult to portray because it's a first world problem, right? And then there's other stuff. My second house, like, I remember talking to Jason at the beginning of Supercross. He was like, dude, owning a second home is like the worst thing you can do because of all the blah. And I'm like, dude, it's okay. But I've put it like 80 grand into this other house, and now my roof just fucking took a dive, and so, you know, there's another 21 grand, the AC was 15, and I just feel like I'm bleeding money on top of the money that was stolen from me, and I'm just like, this is why I needed that.
Yeah.
And like, I know how to make money. Like, there's been times when I've made 60 grand in 24 hours and I feel like a complete G, and I'm not lying. Like, I've posted screenshots on my other crypto stuff just doing just that, right? Like, yeah, there is a level of luck in there. And, I liked going to the dealership. I liked paying cash for my wife's Sequoia because it made me feel good. That's the problem, right? That's the fucking problem, is I don't need that. And when I look at my family, they don't need that. They don't need my wife could give two shits about driving a $100,000 car.
Yeah.
Could give two shits about it. When I look at my $100,000 car, I sit in there and I'm like, I did this. I came from nothing. I did this. But then I also think it's not enough. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But I mean, that should be the lesson right there. Like, once you have that feeling one time, it's like.
But I'm stubborn, dude.
Yeah.
That's why, like, it took me to hit the wall.
Yeah.
And then to literally be in the ICU and signing paperwork for them to take my leg and have my wife be like, we're not fucking doing that. No. And then I fell out of the freaking, I was all high and whatever. And my wife came back and found me off the bed. And she's like, we need to get you out of this hospital. This is wrong. And so then, the long story short is my wife is such a badass. And the doctors told me like I needed to walk down the hall and up the stairs and then they would let me leave. And with a broken femur in a couple places and my foot drop and in you should have never allowed that to happen. But my wife made me go do it and we got out of there, right? And like when I told my wife what was going on with this stuff, she did not disown me. She did not, she literally just, I was scared. I was scared that like I'm pissing away our financial security and I'm going to lose everything, not just me, but like literally everything. And she's like, Johnny, I don't give a shit. We've been in places where we can't afford the rent before. Like, we will be okay. We will be okay. And truthfully, that's all I really needed to hear. Like, my pride, if I'm a little scatterbrained here, Jace, because it's a big fucking deal. But it's first world problem. Anyway, I bet big on the election with Trump, and it worked out really good. November, I made about 80 grand. And then December, I made like 120. And then, because there was all this, Trump's supposed to be this guy that's going to cut rates and he's going to bring more business into the United States and he's going to do all this shit. He's going to raise the debt ceiling, stocks are going to go up, crypto's going to go up. And then as soon as the inauguration happened, well, there was the carryover trade that happened where a lot of people that don't know, it was basically like free money in the Japanese market where interest rates were negative. So you could borrow money at a negative interest rate and go buy stocks with it to have a massive risk on. And so how would you like to have your credit card go buy stocks on credit and have a negative interest rate? Seems great. But first time in 20 years, Japan is like, we actually need to raise rates. So I lost 100 grand right around Arlington. Right. And so I'm walking around and it's just within seconds, boom, 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 boom. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm still up like 120. I've got this bad pride going on where I'm like, I got to make it back. I got to make it back. So I sell a Bitcoin and I put it back in and I'm like, I believe in Trump. This is going to be good. Fucking, he starts this tariff bullshit where just destroys the entire economy, like kind of doing the exact opposite of what he said he was going to do. And what happens is the stock market starts tanking and bonds start going down, which is good. But the problem with that is you had to tank the stock market in order for bonds to go down because, our interest rates are based upon the 10-year and like the 30-year. And then you've got your credit score is pretty much what it is. It's not really the federal rate of what that is. And Jerome Powell, our Federal Reserve chairman, they're at each other's necks, and he should have cut rates a long time ago to influx, because China, Japan, everybody has been cutting rates but us. So like everybody has been against Trump, and Trump really screwed over like the cryptocurrency guys because he made his own meme coin. And that is showing somebody
That was crazy.
to me, that's when I started to lose faith, where I was like, dude, you're supposed to be for us, the people. And instead, it looks like you're trying to make your money back that you spent on the election to get elected. And, you know, I lost like 20 grand in Trump coin. And anyway, I got in a position with what was going on to where like I was going, fortune favors the brave. So I wasn't thinking analytically, because like I know how to do this stuff. I've done this for a long time. And I know I never trade with money that I'm not willing to lose. But then it got a point where, you know, I had 240 grand of my own money in there, and I wasn't willing to lose that. Like my trading account usually stays around 30 grand. And that's just kind of what it is. The majority of my stuff is investing, and I just leave that shit alone. And I know the compound effect is you never fucking touch that. Like you and I have talked a lot, and I'm always telling you, dude, just put in $100. Just put in $100.
I've started to.
And it's not sexy, right? But that's how you consume wealth.
Yeah.
You don't do it by
It's not one night.
It's
big risk.
Yeah. Most of the time that's not how it is.
Yeah.
And it just spiraled, right? And if I'm just going on, there was other stupid shit that happened where there's a lot of, because it's not regulated here in the United States, market makers can do, basically they can send money to their own accounts, and they can create an order flow so that they can... Artificial, exactly, to get panic spread. They just need like a reason for doing it. And usually the reason is, hey, Trump is arguing with China, or, oh, here's this tariff stuff, and blah, 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 blah. So, and they're not on your side, you know, because they don't want people to win. So they look at their order flow, and they're like, hey, here's a dude that has $1.2 million in an account, and he's got $250,000 that has there as principal to borrow up to, like, because the current trade that I had was like 1.2, because I was at like 5x or something on Ethereum, and they can artificially make the price go down to where your liquidation point is, and just kind of take your money off the order book. Yeah. And this stuff happens in seconds, right? And so I was in a position where I'm like, hey, I'm never going to do this again. This is way too much. I just want this to be over with. I'm basically ready to capitulate. And the night before, after the tariffs got the pause, the night before Trump said he was pausing, I was sitting there crying in my closet, because I was like, dude, I'm losing half of everything that I've worked so hard for. And my wife comes in, she's like, what the fuck's going on? And that's when I told her what was going on, and she smacked me as the woman she is, and then she hugged me, right? And I sold a little bit for a loss to get some money back, and then the next morning, the exchange manipulated the price, and I just started orders of 5 grand, 10 grand, 15 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, and all go boom. And what am I supposed to do? Like, this is illegal, but I'm somewhat in a position of where I'm doing something somewhat, because it's not regulated here in the United States. So I got basically what, like, the SEC is involved over in Singapore. And I told these guys, like, dude, you guys just stole 240 grand from me. And they're like, oh, well, we could give you back 80 grand as a loan. And I'm like, okay, I could take your loan, but then I have to pay you back 80 grand. So now this is becoming like a bad scenario.
Yeah.
And so once I got their local government involved, they did a deal with me for 50 grand. And so then they wired me 50 grand back. And so I instantly took the 50 grand and I just bought Bitcoin with it. And I'm like, lesson learned. But at the same time, it wasn't my fault, you know, like it was the exchange taking the money from me. You know, like this was supposed to be the big one that set my family up for the future, where like this is all hypothetical. If Ethereum went back to 4 grand, I'd be up $2 million, right? But then again, I have to look in the mirror and I have to go, okay, Johnny, let's see yourself as the dude that made that 2 million. What's to prevent you from then
doing it again? People lose money all the time.
And that's the difference there. Like I know that dedication and discipline reaps rewards, but I broke my first rule. My first rule was never interrupt the compound effect. And that's when I sold a couple Bitcoin and 52 Ethereum because I was mad. Like this stuff shouldn't happen to me. I wasn't thinking clearly. Right? And you know, the rest is pretty much history. Right now, again, I should be up about 100 grand because I didn't lose the money. You know, I did not lose the money fairly. Like I never got liquidated because price never went down. My liquidation point on Ethereum, I got in at like 2,000, and that's when I put up the $250,000. I needed price to go to 1,200 to lose all of it. And the lowest it got was 1,300. And now it's at 2,600, 2,700. So I should be up 200 to 300 grand on that money, you know? And I'm not, because it was stolen from me, right? But again, people lose money all the time. And like, for some people, that's not a lot of money. Right?
Yeah, it's all relative. Yeah.
For me, that was a lot of money.
Yeah.
I worked very hard for that money. And I'm not sitting here looking for sympathy from you or anybody like, oh, Johnny's this lucky motherfucker. He's doing that. No, I worked my fucking ass off to put myself in a position to even bet that much money. Right? And it didn't work out. And so I have to sit there and be like, why didn't it work out? And the underlying story is I shouldn't have put that much money at risk. I should have never put that much money at risk, and I shouldn't have trusted an offshore exchange to do what they said that they were going to do. You know, like just not your keys, not your coins. I've got some friends that have lost more money than me, that have lost 500,000, and I was like, oh, that's never going to happen to me. You know, a year later, it's what happens. And I can start over. I'm going to make it back. Again, I'm not a dumbass. I just have to make sure that I don't make the same mistakes, because if I make the same mistakes, I didn't learn anything from it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I come from a family that is very, what's the right word? Just, I don't want to say degenerates. Addictive personalities. And, you know, this is the same stuff that I think hindered me in my racing. It was like self-sabotage in a way, where not unconditionally, but unconsciously, maybe I didn't want to see myself succeed, you know? And so those are kind of the questions that my therapist have been asking. And those are the times when I kind of dip the fuck out, you know? And yeah, it doesn't matter that, you know, my dad told me that therapy is for the weak and blah, blah, blah. That stuff is somewhat just stayed with me a little bit. But that's why I'm at the point of rebuilding. And that's why, like, with the sport and everything, I want to help people. I want to help. I've helped so many people, whether it's investing or YouTube or whatnot, because there's ultimately just a good sense of pleasure with giving back in some way.
Well, and like ultimately, I mean, it's even what money is, right? Like money is an exchange for value that you create for society. Like that's it. That's the whole thing. So it's like, you know, I look at this as like adding value to people, you know, like there's like a great podcast with like a Ken Roxon or a Eli Tomac. Like you got these people that like the masses want to hear from. It's like then you're doing this thing that is creating value for this community of people. Like society is set up to reward people for that. So like when you're saying that you want to give back to people, like giving is what helps you get, you know, and I think that if you can kind of align your thinking to that, like if you just add the maximum amount of value that you can to society will ultimately reward you for it. You know, it's just we're literally set up for that to happen.
And that's where I'm trying to, because, you know, this is a passion, right? Just like this is a passion for you as well. And forgive me for oversharing, because I feel like I've kind of stepped in a giant puddle here to unleash some of my insecurities.
That's all good.
On stuff. But at the end of the day, like the ultimate goal is to learn from mistakes and be the better person.
But there's people dealing with this, their own version of this in life. You know what I mean? Like you're sharing a story it's like uniquely your story. I'm sure there's some people that can relate, but it's like we all have aspects of our life that we're overlooking. We all have things in our life that we don't really want to face. And it's like they're ultimately the things that bring us undone, you know, like over the last couple of years, like I've had a couple of those moments. Like I've had a couple of really fucking gnarly, low rock bottom points that I've had to grind myself out of. And it's like, I was able to put on a brave face and do this. And I came in like no one would ever know. And like there's a lot, I feel like I share a lot on the podcast. Like if shit comes up,
So you're saying you're an oversharer too?
At times, like, but then there's also stuff I just don't talk. Like, there's a whole private aspect of my life that I just don't talk about, you know. And so there's that. There was that version of me that, yeah, I was like at rock bottom a couple of years ago, you know. And it was the things that fucked my life up were the things that I didn't want to admit to myself, and the things that I didn't want to look into. Like, that's the playbook, you know. So it's like, might feel like oversharing, but like you're just telling a story that people can ultimately relate to, whatever it is, whether it's drugs, drinking, sex, fucking whatever it is that's fucking up your life. Like it's the thing that you refuse to look at and wince away from when it's brought up that ultimately bring you down. And you just need to do the work. Like you literally need to just do the work to get through it. It's like anything else, you know, like I had to do the work. I had a lot of work that I had to do and I did it and I'm better for it. And I'm glad I learned the lessons that I did. I'm a better dude for the things that I had to go through, and it sets up I'm glad it happened when I was fucking in my mid 30s and not in my mid 50s and not in, you know what I mean? And it's like, you're probably glad that it happened at 250 grand instead of 2.5 mil. Like at some point you were going to learn this lesson, because if those flaws, which we all have flaws, those flaws are the things that fuck you up. So it's like at some point they're going to get you. Like just be glad it got you when it didn't completely ruin you, you know? And then you get a chance to just like build and just be a better dude. You probably have more like respect for your wife for the way she dealt with you. She probably has more respect, you know, like even
no, dude, we've been through some hard shit, and it feels like the underlying deal has been I've been the one that's caused shit with stuff. And you know, we've grown so much together. Like I showed you, like our 9-year anniversary, we were doing the Ironman, right? Because I wanted to show my daughter that you can do hard things. Because like a week ago, we said once she turned 4, she's getting rid of the binky. And I remember sitting there in the bedroom with her, and she's like, "Daddy, I can't do this." And I'm like, "Honey, it's because your mindset. You can. Yes, you can." and you're going to look back on this and you're going to be so proud of what you can do, because if you set your mind to it, you can do this. And so it was a couple hard deals, and I was like, baby, I'm going to do the Ironman because daddy thinks he's going to die in the water. Literally, like, the chances of me dying are very slim. I mean, last year there was a dude that did die, but it's just, that's the reason why I want to not
lead by example.
Yes, rather than, words are one thing, but actions are another. And my goal as a parent is to not have my kid be always need me around, but to be okay with,
not be afraid of hard things.
yes.
Yeah.
And her being set up, because the real world is hard. And for her to have things, just be equipped to deal with the world and not need me the rest of her life. Then I will know that, like, I've done my job. Yes, do I want her to choose to still have me in her life? 1,000%. But my goal is to prepare her for life, not have it to be where she is stuck with me for life. As much as I want her to be with me, no, it's the exact opposite of that. And, it's just lead by example. And, my wife has been very supportive in literally everything that we've done. Like, Jace, again, like, I've shared a lot with what has gone on. I mean, there's some other family personal stuff that I don't need to get into that, she normally probably wouldn't have been brought up if she didn't marry my family, but there's a lot of things about
just baggage,
which we all have, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why sometimes these conversations are good, even if it's coming from somebody that is not usually on your podcast. It's relatable, right? And that's like where some of my content comes into, is it tries to be relatable.
I think that there's this, it's just worth hearing for guys. At least I feel better at times when I hear that life's fucking hard. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of the things I like about you is, in the times that I've known you, you've done, like, I feel like a lot of work on yourself to, like, get to this point. Obviously, still a work in progress, as we all are.
Obviously. Okay.
But it's like you're a good dad, you provide for your family, you're a good husband. Like, dude, they're massive boxes to tick, like, regardless of success and money and fucking whatever else. Like, doing those three things is incredibly hard to do. And it's hard to be a man. It's hard to have the amount of responsibility that you have to have. It's hard to deal with the thoughts of what if, and, we're not in an easy time. We're not in an easy world to really tick all the boxes and take care of our family the way that we're required to, and it's like, it's a hard job, and it's just an expected job, in the same way that being a mother is a hard job for women. It's just an expected thing, but it's like, there's so much that goes into it. So I think it's okay to be like, life's fucking hard. Being a man is hard. Everyone says it should be easy, and it's honestly a lot of fucking work.
Well, dude, that's where I go with some of the stuff that's just, the moto stuff is just silly, right? We get caught up with stuff that doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
Right? Because at the end of the day, it's entertainment, And if I'm backing up with this stuff, this was enlightening to the point where it felt, you know what? Wow, there's actually quite a bit of people that I am sort of turning the first impression that I had on people. Because the first impression that I had 5 years ago or something was like, oh, here's this fucking guy that just negative and, wants to talk shit about everybody. But you know what? I found people in the sport that I look up to. And Davey Coombs has been a mentor of mine, and he's a good dude. He's a good dude. Sean has been a really good dude to me. We've had some hard conversations at time, but again, I respect what they do, and they want change, and they want me there. That's why I'm there at the races, is because they like the type of content that I do, and I don't think that they mind a ripple effect here and there every once in a while, because you know, shaking things up is never bad. Sometimes it might be a step back for forward, or it just might be a continued progression. But I keep coming back to like, I don't need this, right? You know, and so one of my deals is, again, how do I transfer people from being a guilty pleasure to being somebody that's just willing to be behind you, you know? And I think the base that I have built has taken people a little bit of time to like get behind me. But then once they get behind me, they're like, oh yeah, dude, Johnny's legit, you know? And the collective goal, again, is just to not build walls, but to build a table. And I've done that from helping smaller channels. And, you know, you've helped me out a bunch personally and also professionally with this. And I knew coming here that it was going to turn into a fucking therapy session again, because for some goddamn reason, dude.
That's what I do, bro.
It's the fucking voice,
That's what
man.
I do, bro. Sorry.
It's just the soothing. Have you ever thought about doing one of those audiobook deals to just...
I want to do like a meditation app for like retards like us, you know, but like bike wash meditations and shit. Like, I don't know. I could do something. I'll write a book one day. I got some book ideas.
Yeah.
But I also just do a podcast as like the voice in that, you know. No, I think you just got to keep doing good content. You know, good questions at the press conference, good content. Like I said, I like watching your shit. I just keep doing what you're doing. People will come around. If they don't, all good. I think it's just one of those things is like, just do shit for the right reasons, you know? Same, whether it's the crypto stuff, whether it's the media stuff, like, just, you don't want to get caught in a place where you're doing it from a place of lack, where you're trying to fill a hole, where you're trying to prove to your wife that you're worthy of her and her love and whatever, you know, like, just don't do things from that place. Like, do things from the place, I'm not saying you are, you know, I'm just using it as an example, but it's like, do it because you like to do it. Do it because it's the thing that you want to do. And it's like, if your intentions are pure, then people should be able to be on board with that. And it's like, even me calling out Steve and having the conversation, it's like, hey, I know what my intentions are in saying this. Like, I hope that this, by saying all of this, it kind of does start to create a bit of a conversation that's like, hey, yeah, why doesn't this happen? You know, it's not from a place of fuck that guy or whatever, you know?
It's not meant to just create social media clicks.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, I asked Matthes, it was like, hey, if you want me to come on your show and you can have your guys team up on me, we can squash whatever. Right. Because this stuff doesn't really matter. The true question is like, how do we just work collectively together? Because it's not about us, it's about the riders. And, you know, the stuff that's happened this year in my life, I've learned a lot from. And yes, I'm still going through some stuff that's difficult, but this is generally just about passion. You know, I've said it on my videos before. Like, I don't need this.
Well, I know you don't as well. And I know that you don't even make enough money off this for it to be an impactful thing. Like, let's just call, like, this is all I do.
Well,
so like, I make all of my money off this. Like, we're in a very different position. Like, you do other things, and if you put your time into the other things, like, you'd probably make like even more money again. Like, this legitimately is a thing that you are passionate about doing. And like, yes, you do make some money out of it, but it's not like this is your whole, this isn't like your whole financial thing. Like, you're not doing this purely to get rich.
No, and that's why, like, I've been open and posted about stuff.
And fucking annoys me when people say the other. I'm just like, dude, he's just not making that much money off this. Like, he's doing this because he loves to do this, and he's good at doing it, and he should do this.
Yeah, and this, I'm not trying to get people the idea that it's like I've been a spoon-fed kid and like, oh, you know, I've got so much money and who knows how this is going to be perceived on the fact that, you know, like, again, I've overshared probably too much, and I'm a little nervous about how much I overshare.
We can cut whatever. So just don't worry about that right now.
The point is that, like, I don't need this. I choose to do this. Where I think other people have to do stuff. And I think that's the difference. Is like, I'm willing to try different things, and I'm willing to maybe be a little edgy at time, but not to the point where it's like ban-worthy, disrespect, this is real bad shade type stuff. Just because I write my own check and I'm there for me. And there's a lot that goes in when I do go to the races, and I'm like, I'm here for myself. Let's make the best of it. Let's do the best. You know, if I hear no a few times, okay, good. I'll be closer to a yes next time. A lot has changed, Jace, over the last few years with everything that has gone on in moto. And I am much happier with the direction that things are going and who I have aligned myself with, because truthfully, you don't get ahead without some sort of help. And one of my problems is I've always thought I could do it on my own. You know, and like the same stuff with what I just told you with the financial stuff, you know, that's why I've reached out to other people to look to learn from, because there is people that I can learn from. And if you're the smartest guy in the room, you should find a new room. And I'm not saying that I'm the smartest guy in the room.
But if you're in a room by yourself, you are default the smartest man in the room.
Yes.
You're the smartest and the dumbest at the same time.
Yes. But I'm in a difficult spot where, like, when I go to the races, it's hard to not be the dude in the room by myself, kind of a thing. If that makes
just give it time.
makes sense.
Just give it time.
You know, and so that's been my main goal of going this year, was like, hey, you guys learn who the real fucking Johnny fucking Hopper is. And good person. I unfiltered, as like, that's what, you know, my LLC is. And if you don't like it, well, there's so many other guys that you could go to. That's the beauty of the thing. Is, you know, that's why, like, I think we can all work together. And it's not to be a cliche. And again, my goal isn't here to profit off of some silly controversy that has gone on with media guys. Is it funny? Fucking A, it's kind of funny, you know? However, the sport is just so small. And again, when you're unsure of something, that's when you're cautious of something at first. And so I need to, I don't know, keep doing the shit that I'm doing.
Yeah,
right?
Everything's fine. You're doing great. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Talk a bit more moto before we bounce. Fuck, we've done 3 hours already, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What are we having for dinner?
I don't know. What do you want?
I mean,
we'll think about it later. Has Hunter Lawrence underrated right now?
See, this is another speculative type question. He's in a tough position, right? Just with his brother. His brother's getting so much attention to where he's kind of left in the back, you know? And maybe this is I know that this may never happen, but it might be good for him to be on a different team than with his brother. I mean, they can still be brothers, right? But be on a team that is somewhat putting you first. And I'm not starting shit with HRC Honda. I know those guys. However, like, let's be real here. Like, as a fan, who do you think is going to win between Jet and Hunter? You're going to say it's Jet. Okay? As much as there isn't going to be a bias under the tent, it'll start to develop as the season progresses when the points lead gets more and more and more, right? So if I can only say this if I was him, and I can only say that in my dreams. But if I'm thinking differently than others, I would say it would be, I could see his potential being released more by being on a separate team. Because he could do his own program, he could learn from some other people rather than just always his brother he's riding with and everything. And he could start just building his own program and his own mental aspect, which truthfully, he's one of the most mentally tough guys out there. I would say the only person that really has more above him would be Cooper Webb. But Cooper Webb is still high on the hog of the Supercross championship, and I think he's just getting through moto to get through moto, and he's just waxing it like, oh, I get beat, but I'm going to try to win the SMX stuff. You know, like moto doesn't really matter, is I think in his mind, which is great because now he's not going to justify if he loses or not. And he's been sick a couple times and whatnot, but the Supercross was his primary aspect. And truthfully, if he could have the summer off, he probably would have the summer off. I don't need to reiterate it again because I'm just beating around the bush and digressing. Yes, he's underrated. Should go to a different team. But that probably will never happen than being split.
But do you think that he does better at a different team than what he does at HRC?
I think he does better on his own program away from the shadow of his brother. May it not seem like there's a shadow there. However, until he straight up continuously beats his brother, there is going to be that shadow. You know, we saw that with, Malcolm really didn't get a race on the same team as his brother.
No, they were too far apart.
Yeah, they were too far apart. I don't know. Do you think that there's any consensus in behind what I just said as that being helpful? I mean, you're closer to them. The only time that I've talked to Hunter has been when I ask him questions on the podium. And I know he's very professional and very sound in what he does, but that's all I have to go off of.
Yeah.
That, and then also the statistics of his racing.
But that's good to have like an outside perspective at times too, though, you know, because then you don't have bias.
Because it's
you're just being like an onlooker.
It's the same reason why Sexton got away from HRC Honda. Was regardless of what everyone else says, my perception on it is he wanted to get away from the Lawrence brothers.
Yeah, for sure. But that's different to actually it being your brother. You know what I mean?
Do you have an older brother?
I'm the older brother.
You're the older brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe it would be interesting to see if you guys were in the same scenario, how that would be.
Yeah, I just think, so for my take on that, I just don't think that there's anything to gain from going to a different team. You know what I mean? Like, if he wanted to get away from his brother, that would be the only thing to gain. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think that, like, they do double the testing. Like, they'll literally be doing testing and Darren will be like, Jet, ride Hunter's bike. Hunter, ride Jet's bike. Like, there's so much.
Okay, well, then how do we get, then let's go back to, because you put me on the spot and I gave you an answer. Yeah. Let's then rephrase the question. How do we get Hunter to beat Jet?
It just might not be possible.
I guess that's the mic drop there.
And that's in no way disrespectful.
When you're the 1% of the 1%,
like, if you're the best rider on the planet, by definition, you shouldn't be able to be beat. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're the best guy in the world, there's even the second best guy. Like, in jiu-jitsu, there's a guy, Gordon Ryan. Like, people just can't beat him. He's too good. And he's got the right size, the right physique, like everything. He's the best in the world. And it's like, I think Jet is that guy for moto. You know what I mean? So, and like, there's no shame in just not being able to beat that guy. Like there was a whole, like Kevin Windham. He just wasn't good enough to beat Ricky Carmichael. Beat him a couple times. But like it just wasn't, there's a ceiling that humans are a biological robot. Like essentially, you know what I mean? We're just like, we're literally just DNA, genetic cells that communicate. There's fucking trillions of them. And then they end up being a person that moves through the world.
Yeah, if you had a some sort of data analysis that said, hey, this is your peak.
Yes.
There's no going beyond it.
Yes.
This is it on paper. The other guy is bigger.
Yes. The Jet's at 100, you're at 98. Sorry. Like,
okay, well then that's where I go back to my analysis of why not try then?
But so that's what I would think. I would be like, okay, we already share all of the data. We've got all of the same program. We get on the same flights. It's this, like everything, we're around the same people. We got the same group. Like everything is the same. And you say like a rising tide floats all boats, you know, like that whole, you're in this group and you're already learning off the best guy. You're getting speed wise, you know that if you're within Kui of Jet, you're probably going to be the second best. You know what I mean? And like, that's what you're seeing with Hunter. Like he's been on the podium, like maybe every weekend. So
I'm going to double down. I mean, because Justin Cooper is a conversation in here too, because I'm double downing with, I think I'm getting too far. I'm double downing what my original perception was. Is if you're at 98 and your brother's at 100, what you need to do is figure out how to mechanically get the other two somehow. With it being a bike, the team, there needs to be some sort of a competitive advantage, whether that's gearing, you know, the different type of fuel, even though they're all using, hypothetically speaking, like it could be made up somewhere else. But if you guys are keeping the scientific method the same,
I see what you're saying.
You're always going to be second.
Yeah.
So you need to change something else so that you're using stuff that's different from him. So therefore, I'm going, he should be on a different team. Whether it works out, you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, you'd be rolling the dice at that point for that. You'd be rolling the dice to try and account for whatever.
For luck.
Mechanically that you felt like you were missing.
Yeah, scientifically, you're always going to finish second if you have the same equipment, the same physical ceiling with being on HRC Honda. Well, it's the same thing like when you go pick your bike on the motocross games. You're like, oh, this one's got this much speed, this much here. Okay, wherever you're lacking, you need to make it up for something else.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe needs to go jet off, do something different. But yeah, I just don't. I think that for all of the positives that come from that and from working as a team and being so cohesive, it's one of the things that like the narrative of how much that family fights and how much they hate each other and how abusive wrong. Just objectively wrong. Like that's not a fact in any way. Like that's literally just bullshit. And I know. Just from personal.
You're an Aussie.
I've been in the house. I've been in the room. I've been in the truck. I've been like, not real. Not real. So it's like, it's a great environment that they've built for each other. You know, like they've got a really cool, tight family. Like fucking Tate's driving around doing water truck shit and like he's living the dream, dude. Like the whole family is living the dream. You know, Darren's out there just by himself, prepping tracks, fixing trucks, got his fucking gangster ass water trucks, like just living the dream. So to break up that, and you know, I'm sure it's possible. I'm sure there's probably a point in time where maybe Honda has to go a different direction. Maybe you see Hunter at Star Yamaha, but it'd take something like quite strange for that to happen. I think to like break up the family.
Okay, MotoGP, the Marquez brothers.
Mm.
Who has more potential? The guy that's going out or the guy that's coming in?
In what way?
As far as
Like
Alex
age?
versus Mark.
In terms of age?
Well, it's just the potential. Mark right now is winning everything. Alex is pretty close.
Yeah.
He's the younger brother. Typically, if we look back at other brothers and
Yeah, the younger brothers normally though.
is because they have a cheat sheet on how to succeed, because the older brother's the one that through trial and error found out what not to do.
Yeah.
And the younger brother was able to, experience is best when it's not your own. Don't do that. I'll just do what worked for you.
Yeah.
And then eventually surpass you. Right? And I think that's the problem with Hunter, is he's done so much
Of the hard
teaching
work. Yeah.
Jet that now Jet is getting exceptionally higher than him.
But I also just think that there's just some physical gifts. You know, like you can just see Jet physically, you know, a couple of percent taller, probably a couple of percent stronger, you know, and it's like at the level.
Yeah, he's not if you look at like AP versus Jet, they're very tall, very skinny.
Yeah.
But then AP looks more of like a cyclist.
Yeah.
Where you could argue that Jet could be like a rugby player, where he just has some more muscle mass in areas that is going to help in areas.
Yeah.
Which I found interesting when I asked him the question as far as the riding style difference between him and Tomac. And he was like, well, I just had to learn how to ride the bike differently because I wasn't as strong. And I'm going, well, now you're rather strong. So how is your riding style going to change now? Is it going to turn a little bit more Tomac-y? But we haven't seen anybody push him to the point of where we needed to see that. And maybe I will ask you this question, because you had one of, some people say that I had a pretty good question. However, I think your question about Deegan going to the 450 was just as good, if not better. Is that going to happen soon?
Yeah, next year outdoors.
And is he going to be able to beat these guys year one?
I would find so he'll ride 450 outdoors next year, 100%. Done deal.
Which he should, because you don't. Okay, this is the family that knows YouTube. When you're trending, you're trending. You don't go backwards.
No.
Trending is 450 class.
Yeah. Yeah. And look what he's doing this year in outdoors. Like, obviously dropped 2 motos in Colorado, but they might be the only 2 motos that he drops.
That track was hard. And it's weird that it's just the elevation. The bikes are running. Guys are in first gear in places that they normally never would be. The ruts are pretty deep. The dirt is like this
spongy, like it's like soft and
it's soft, and then there's a lot of wood chips in it. So the terrain is odd. It's on the side of a hill, so the dirt is going to act differently. It rained, so it was a pretty difficult track.
Yeah.
And he had some issues with the bike. And I personally think he was overriding the motorcycle. I could smell the bike getting hot off the track.
Yeah.
Where I think he was using the clutch. Well, obviously he was using the clutch too much, but he wouldn't have been doing that if he was out front. He was trying to override the motorcycle to beat Hymas. And this is the cool thing that we get to talk about as far as guys like Tomac and Deegan being able to ride a bike so hard because they're so talented and gifted that they can push a motorcycle to its limits, and then it eventually kind of give out. And so then there was other stuff that happened probably in the tent. So the second moto, this was when I was talking to him on the podium, he was physically mad about something.
Yeah.
And this is somebody that went 2-2, extended the points lead, and he was rather upset about.
Yeah.
So, and now that Hymas is out, who's going to beat him? Joe? Tom Vial? I mean, the 250 class, he's honestly probably going to win every other moto.
Yeah.
And going to sit back and be like, oh, I could have had a perfect season if it wasn't for Thunder Valley.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think, I mean, I think you'd be foolish in a way to think that Deegan couldn't beat Jet, especially outdoors year one. You know, like he's won at every stage of his career. And, you know, like we've seen Jet get beat in a moto this year. So it's like, it's possible.
okay, but how does he beat him? Because if we go back to your genetic status, is it coming from genetics? Is it coming from rider ability? Is it coming from mental performance? Where is he going to have the advantage over
I think
Jet?
it's going to be full-blown mental warfare. Like, I think that Hayden is going to be pretty aggressively... Like, because Jet really isn't, like, the kind of dude that loves conflict. Like, he's crazy competitive, like, really, really competitive, but he's just, like, not a mean-spirited person. Like, he's such a nice, kind dude. And I just don't know. I'm gonna be curious to see how they all react to the level of shit that Hayden's gonna bring. Because I think that they're probably like maybe Hayden will surprise everyone and himself and just be able to straight up just beat him on speed. Like that's a possibility. I think Hayden's good enough for that, right? But I think until he proves that to himself, there's going to be a level of like
bring the other toolbox.
Yeah. There's going to be a level of mental warfare that they're going to be completely fine with bringing to the table that Jet is probably just not going to want to deal with. You know, Jet would way rather just be like, dude, can we just fucking race? Like, do we need to do all this shit? But I think that that's going to be a factor for sure.
And as I want to say Vin Diesel, but what's his name from Fast and Furious?
Which one? Dom Toretto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Winning is winning.
Yeah.
Right? So if it doesn't matter if you
Yeah.
send a crude message across the bar or say something on social media or something on the podium, you know, that's just winning is winning.
Dude, 27A1 will be the most watched Supercross race in history.
You know,
Bar none.
We've talked about this before, but can we get on the schedule of, when we talk about passion, I think a little bit of it is overwork. There's 33 races. A lot of people are going every weekend. They're just falling into the motions, even the riders. Yes, I know that the NBC Peacock deal was you have to have this many. However, how do you convince the industry that let's go with the MXGP schedule, MotoGP schedule that we know works? Yes, I know we're not shipping bikes overseas, different countries every 2 weeks, but let's go every 2 weeks. Give the guys a rest, go from 33 races to 16, 17.
Never happening.
Would it help at all?
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. But I mean, the thing is though, and Sean Brennan actually had this argument because that was one thing that come up at the press conference that they weren't stoked on is like, it was a follow-up question, but I was just asking them about like, if it's too many races and that all of them were just like, yeah, it's too many races. And then Sean Brennan pulled me aside and had a bit of a rant and said, yeah, well, they say it's too many races and then watch, all these guys will fuck off and race overseas all year, all off season. And what did they do? The Lawrences did Bercy and Australia. Tomac did the WSX. So they didn't stop racing. So like they complain about it, but then they do go do other races. So
But is that a money thing?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. So is it a money thing or is it a too many races thing? Because you go do other races. So how can it be that?
I would say it's definitely a money thing because the Australia stuff, pay to be there. Why are you going to risk getting injured?
Well, and the bike, they came in way underprepared. They were just riding stock 2025s. Like Jet ripped, I was on the floor. Jet rode up to me and he's like, I'm like, fuck, are you right? Like, is all good? And he's like, yeah, look at this thing. It's fucking totaled. He ripped the whole right side of his bike off and they didn't have any parts. Like the bike was so new. Like they were literally riding stock 450s with a pipe and suspension.
And
So-
still kicking
Oh
ass.
yeah, and he was ripping. But so it's like yeah, I mean they cost themselves to go, but the money's that good. Like they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars to do these races.
Have you seen those new DID wheels?
Mm-mm.
They're like equivalent to like the A60s.
Yeah, okay.
They're what are they called? Are they called Aero or anyway? They're the new DID wheels that all the KTM guys are running in Denver. I mean, you were there when Sexton hit Cooper Webb. I guess he busted through 5 or 6 spokes and ran the rest of the race with that wheel, but it still was intact. And whatever hub they're using in the other spokes, like
That's impressive.
How gnarly.
Gypsy Gang, listen up. If you are into motocross or woods racing and you're looking to sharpen your skills, become a faster and safer rider, then pay attention. Down in Greenwood County, South Carolina, there's a spot built for serious training and it's called the Pulp MX and it has everything you need. We're talking 6 tracks to replicate all kinds of riding conditions, a full-size outdoor track, a supercross track, a clay track, a night track, a woods loop, and a Loretta Lynn's replica track. They've also got 42 RV hookups and a full gym on site to keep your body dialed in too. If you are serious about becoming the best racer or rider you can be, then this is the place. Check out Pulp MX and tell them you're a member of the Gypsy Gang. Controversial topic, scoop tires. Yay or nay? Should we regulate tires? Or is that some communist shit?
Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. This is kind of the problem I have with the production rule. Is it's like, okay, you have the production rule, but
No, we're good. We're good. I'm just checking.
But then the pros, I mean, they're all pros, but the factory guys get spec tires, and then everyone else has to just go buy the tire off the shelf. And, you know, if let's just go full works, just have it be unlimited as far as what you can do in the 450 class, 250 class, make it stock, have them all have a, okay, no pun intended, but spec tire where this is what you guys are running every bike, right? That's really what I should think, because there's no reason why it doesn't matter. When I asked Deegan, what do you think about the scoop tire? And he's like, dude, we rode it on the driest shit. I'm riding that shit all day long, every day. Okay. Why even have other tires if this is what you're doing? Like Dunlop? Okay. You see what the market wants. Now for the everyday consumer, start making different compounds of that spec of the scoop tire, soft, medium, hard for the scoop. And then have another tire that has knobbies on the side, and boom, there's your most epic tire right there with the scoop. And yeah, it's gonna problem with it's gonna beat up the tracks harder, especially in Supercross. So maybe there should be some sort of regulation, because in Supercross you're gonna get down to the plywood much sooner, which is dangerous for the guys. So maybe there not have it, but in Moto you're not gonna have that problem. And Moto is all about just who's the gnarliest motherfucker there. So have that happen. But to answer your question, yeah, I think there should be different compounds of the scoop tire to the general population, because I'm getting the feeling that there is for the pro guys, because you should not have a tire that's meant for sand, right? Typically you're saying, okay, this thing is very hard. and have it be able to work in really slippery conditions. Just it shouldn't work. Should not work. You'd need a really soft compound of it.
I disagree.
You think we should ban it altogether?
No, I just think that there should be places where you can run it and then just places where you can't.
So we're kind of on the same page. I said with Supercross.
Yeah,
But-
I think like Southwick, yes. Redbud, yes. Millville, yes. And then that's it. So like just have places, because I mean my argument is that it just like ruins the tracks. Like it just completely, and there's the argument of like it should be rough and it should be gnarly. Yes, I agree with that. I don't want it to be not rough, but I want riders to be able to move around and race each other. I feel like so much of what we get nowadays is just like pick a rut, down the hill, round the corner, up the hill. And then you've got a little chance where you can like move to get into a different rut, but then it's like you're in that rut. There's no real, like I go back to 2014 Millville with Kennard and Stewart, and they're just like, yacht. Like they're just moving all, like that's racing. Like you're actually able to race that type of track.
I disagree. I'm going to rebuttal you because truthfully, when a track is one line is usually because there's a lack of lines. There's just one fast line. And if the track is continuously getting rougher and rougher, guys are going to have to move from the outside to the inside to the middle. Now there's a big hole here. Now we got to move. And so there really isn't a lot of passing points until there's multiple lines where now here's a berm and a rut that's built up that I can go on the outside, where when a track is not as rough, it becomes MotoGP. Outside in is the fastest line around everything. And it's really the only way you can beat somebody is either taking them out or maybe outbreaking them somewhere. I find it to be the exact opposite. The gnarlier the track, the more riders are able to, at least the exceptional ones, are able to shine. They just have to go look for the different lines.
Go watch Parla last year. Both motos.
See, the problem I have is when the track is so deep that the outside is full of mud and the inside has got real big, deep ruts. Nobody's going to go outside because it's going to slow you down. That's probably the time that I find everything being so one line.
So Parla last year, Chase was on Jet's ass the entire moto. Jet just hugged every inside basically the entire way around the track for the most part. And Sexton couldn't pass Jet in. So Jet's in a rut on the inside, right? And then Sexton trying to go on a longer distance rut that's just as deep, just as gnarly. And it just becomes like a math equation of who's riding the shorter lap of the track. You can't go any further inside Jet, so you can't make the track shorter. And then your only option to pass is to ride the longer way around. But to make that pass stick, you would have to ride an extra 3 mile, 4 mile. Like it's just not possible in the ruts that they have available. So
Okay, well then what's the argument with MXGP? Because those tracks are arguably gnarlier than ours and rougher in ours and usually become hard pack at the end of the day. So
yeah, but see, they don't prep their tracks in the same way.
I think there's the difference.
Yeah.
As opposed to the scoop tire, it's more of how we prep our tracks.
100%. 100%. So, and maybe that's the answer. Maybe it's not about regulating the tires. Maybe it's about not prepping. But all the tracks and all the riders will say the same thing. Nowadays, they're all prepped exactly the same. You can go to Ironman, you can go to Millville, you can go to Redbud, you can go to Budds Creek. Deep as fuck, flood it, crazy ruts the whole way around the track. And then, of course, you're going to run the scoop tire, which then is going to make the ruts deeper. If you've got a scoop versus a regular tire, and you put the same dude on the track for 30 minutes, the track will look different. I don't think that is a point that could be argued.
the tracks start off so deep, which makes you lean towards the scoop tire.
Exactly.
So let's not rip them as deep and then let the ruts get super hard packed to where now guys are going to want to try to pick a different tire. And because what I said previously is when they're so deep, usually there's the fast line, which is the inside line, and then on the outside is still wet and moist. And so therefore no guy's going to go out there because it just and get stuck.
Yeah.
But if it was dry, there'd be extra lines out there to where you could carry more speed than that real choppy, holy inside. So
Yeah.
I guess we're both
I guess we agree about the problem, but not about the solution. I guess there could be two solutions to the same problem, essentially. But yeah, I don't know.
try it one weekend, try it different than
But
next
I
weekend.
just think there's just no, in every other sport, they just regulate. That's the easiest thing to regulate. They all have the tires there. The Dunlop truck fits the tire.
Yeah, they have them all.
It's
It is
all-
ridiculous that everyone is wearing the same. I'm tired of always going to the races and being like, oh, hey, look, here's the Spec A scoop tire again. Oh, hey, look,
Yeah.
Spec A scoop tire. Every now and again, I'll see somebody running the 250 tire versus the 450 tire, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting, And Josh Hill's going, well, it's just so that it feels better in the whoops, where it doesn't grab and go ba da 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 da. But that's really the only difference. Where I'd like to see some different.
Yeah, and just throw a
changes.
variable. Like Hayden said, I'm just ride the same tire every single day at the goat farm. Throw some variables in that the guys kind of have to deal with. We're just so scared of any kind of change in the sport that it's
resistant to change is definitely part of the problem with.
and then
Because, dude, the e-bikes, being progressive is part of the deal of you've got to be ready for change, right? Or you get left behind. And I get a lot of flack for the e-bikes. And no offense to Stark, they're going to be the guys, the first guy through the door and potentially get waxed. And I don't think it's because the lack of technology. And so it's not a knock on Stark
them,
at all.
Yeah.
It's a knock on the industry because you've got the titans that won't let them succeed. And once the titans are out, then they've got money and resources that this is part of the deal of kind of what I was talking about, the cryptocurrency is you can kind of drown out the little guy so that they can't survive. And then once the little guy is gone, boom, we can go up and make money. It's just the wicked deal of business.
It's a system. And the goal of a system is to just stay a system a lot of times.
And I got an email about Pro Motocross renewing their partnership with Honda, and so it's these guys are the ones that are going to make the rules and regulate the rules because they're paying to keep the sport alive.
Yeah.
And they're not going to let another guy in the club unless they want to.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not a matter of do you have good shit, it's a matter of kind of who you know. And the sport is definitely transitioning to e-bikes. And for everyone that says that they don't agree with me, all I have to say is give it 10, 15 years. But look at what the kids are growing up on right now. They're growing up on Stasics and 50s.
Yeah.
They're the Surons
There's
that
gonna
are
be
fucking everywhere.
Zero nostalgia for two strokes
Yeah.
by the time these kids, there'll be kids that just get to race
And-
pro
and
that have never ridden a
honestly,
combustion
my
bike.
big thing as far as the technology advancement is even though we have the pro tuning or the quick shift stuff, you're still having a signal from your finger or lifting up on to cut out the motor to keep shifting, even if you're going to do it with your clutch. Okay. These are milliseconds. What happens on an e-bike? Zero.
My mate bought one the other day, right? Good rider, A-grade rider. 3 seconds a lap faster his first lap on a Stark. He bought one. 3 seconds.
A, horsepower. B, potentially
All that.
the lightness of the bike. And then 3,
Yeah, it's just all of it. It's it's a better thing to, it's better.
well, dude, if you shift, you don't shift as much. You shift more on a 250 than you do a 450, and you shift the dog piss out of a 125 because you're going down to first gear and then fifth into the next, all over. But my point being, let's just hypothetically say, for the sake of reasoning, you shift 20 times a lap on the 450. Okay. You're going to have to, you can minus that entire deal to be 0.3, 0.4 of a second every lap, just because
and
the
then
lack
not to
of
mention
shifting.
just the use of the clutch. Like I ride, I've said it too many times, but like I ride technically better when I'm on a Stark because there's no clutch. So like I have to get my weight over the front of the motorcycle because I have no clutch to stop the front from coming up. So like my style completely changes to, and it hurts my fucking soul that I look like a fucking G on a Stark and I look like an absolute
Like a
kook
vet rider on the
450.
450.
Because as soon as I'm just a habit of just like the bike's coming up, I'm not getting over the front. I'm just use the clutch. So like it's the whole way around the track on like all these different levels. It's just a much easier.
Well, and
thing
every
to
time you
ride.
pull in that clutch, we see it on the start. Whenever somebody's right there and they
You're
pull
killing momentum.
the
Yeah.
front wheel drops, right?
Yeah.
They didn't let off the gas, but now the next guy has a full
Yeah.
wheel on you. Think
It's
about
like
that.
you see the jet starts where it's just like wedged and the front wheel literally stops spinning. Because have you ever seen those videos?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he's just full throttle. Like they have some crazy start map shit
See,
going on.
this is the stuff where, as opposed to the scoop tire, we need to get rid of the starting blocks. The starting blocks are getting
Ridiculous.
ridiculous.
I think we should regulate the height of start devices and we should get
Like the whole shot device?
Yeah, it should only be 2 inches deep. Like, and you should, I mean, you could only push it in with one person assisting. Like, none of this fucking lever action, 3 people. Like, dude, when I was at Star, me and Cole could not push his start because I did some starts on it. We
Yeah.
could not push the start button in. Just me and him. We had to wait till his mechanic came over. And he weighs like,
Dude, and that's
fucking
such
40
an advantage,
pounds.
just that button alone.
yeah.
But then you put little economicities in the starting blocks.
Yeah.
It's just, it's too much.
Yeah.
There's too much going on there. Along with, truthfully, there should be no start map too. I know that like here I am now. I'm the one contradicting because I'm going, hey, look at all the stuff with the e-bikes. It's progressive, and then now I'm like, no, we need to go back in time and get rid of all the technology. No start maps and
Good.
Yeah, sorry, it was random.
No,
phone
I mean,
call.
I
It's
mean,
probably my roofer.
I agree with you though. Like because I think that you should be technique should be rewarded and skill should be rewarded. You know, like the
Well, it takes away you starting on the outside versus the inside.
100%. Yeah, changes the whole dynamic. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, because now it's more about who's got the better technology and the faster bike.
Yeah.
This is again where I'm going with Prado and who has it and who doesn't. So that's why maybe just have the 450 class be complete works.
Yeah,
and
but
then
the problem with that
250s.
too expensive. None of the manufacturers,
True.
want it. And I had the same opinion. And I was talking to Bill Savino at Honda. He's been there 150 years, and he's like, dude, they tried that in Moto America, and it's like one of the things that fucked them is that it just got way too expensive.
What about a budget? Each team has a open budget like F1.
Yeah, maybe.
You know,
Yeah,
again, this goes back with experience is best when it's not your own.
yeah,
You know, we have things that, okay, Moto America didn't work.
yeah,
Okay, that's one-way ticket to nowhere. We won't do that.
yeah.
What has been working for MotoGP and F1? Oh, team that sucks, not if just hypothetically, Twisted Tea, they're going to get more of a budget than Star Yamaha is.
Yeah.
Boom. Now we still have more money available for the riders. I think it's a win-win.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that ultimately this is like one of the reasons that it's like one of the things that's always going to be hard in motocross and supercross is that like a testing thing. Like MotoGP guys, they can't test. Like when Jack Miller raced the Australian Superbike Championship, he wasn't allowed any telemetry on his bike. He had to run a stock ECU. It's just in the MotoGP rules that if you can't run any telemetry outside of designated testing days and race days.
It's almost like no point in doing it because those ECUs are really the bread and butter of the entire.
Oh yeah, and he got smoked. So, but the point is like he stuck to the rules, knew the rules, like is what it is, bro. When you can build a fucking Supercross track in your backyard, that's never working in moto. You can get away with
as far
it.
as regulating testing days, yeah.
Because
this
days, all
this
that
is
sort of
why the
stuff.
guys that go to Club MX and those are better than guys that
live out
don't.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Where there's nowhere you can test, and again, the reason why the budget and all that stuff is going to be hard is because you have the privateers involved.
Yeah.
Right, but let's not kill the privateers. Let's just move them down to the 250 class.
Let's just
We're
not have privateers.
Yes,
Outdoors, you need privateers.
to a point. Honestly, it's already happening.
Yeah,
It's
and
going to
is gonna
happen
actually. Yeah.
in 5 to 10 years, and it's because of all the combines.
Yeah.
And when it's an invite only, that's the only way to get your Supercross license. Invite only for pro guys, like a Cole Davies or something. Then you're instantly on a team. Now the whole grid is filled with pro guys because you don't have any privateers left.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing? Maybe not so much, but it opens up an opportunity to have the supply and demand. The demand is we need some privateers. So there's either Feld is going to have an issue with a sister series pop up here in America.
But they need to start their own. Like if Feld really, really, really cared about Supercross and like the growth of the sport, they would start their own feeder series. And the solution, at least in my world, is like everyone loves the Pulp MX race. It was great. People watched it on YouTube for free, live. That's what they should do. 17 rounds a year. Do they do it on a Friday night? You know, like obviously that's way more expensive and like, you know, would require investment. But like, do you need to take it? Just, it's all good. But yeah, so it's like, it's obviously an investment that they would have to make that happen. But yeah, I think that the feeder series is that's the move. That's what needs to happen. No more privateers because then now that's the problem. Oh, but what about the privateers? We can't make this rule because of that. We can't do this and it's like we're spending, and schedule wise, like we're just spending so much time on these guys that just don't even make the show. And it just doesn't make sense. Like you've got a limited window of time where the track is open for use in a Supercross stadium on a Saturday, and a large percentage of the time of the overall program is dedicated to people that don't even make the show. That doesn't make sense.
Press day be for the privateers, and then again have it be the feeder series.
Yeah,
you're already there that day,
and have points. Like I would love to see a world where it's almost like the WSL, right? So there's like these mid-season points where if you're below the cut line, you actually get demoted. So you're off the tour. So you have to maintain a level of points to actually stay in the World Championship Tour. And then if you're in the QS, which is the qualifying series, if you're in the QS and then you get enough points, it just rotates. And now you're in, they're out. And then there's another point where the cut line. So there's just this cut line. It's the same as golf, basically, like the last 2 days.
Yeah, but then you're
weekend.
talking about like having another series with another series to get into, like a B series to get into the A series.
Yeah.
I mean.
And then you do that on your Friday, you know, and you've got that race or.
But then where's
whatever.
the B series coming with?
The B series is on the press day.
Yeah, but maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying, but keeping a level of points, if you get docked, then somebody else might be able to take your spot. Where are they racing to take the spot?
Who? So
Okay,
the B series. So the B series, let's say it's like the Pulp race, right? And then there's X amount of points that you get for winning that, right? So let's say after 5 races, there's like a cut. So if you're in the bottom 5 of the Supercross,
so
top
now you're
20,
going from 20 guys to 15.
No, so there's 5 guys that are at risk of being cut. So you go 5 races. If you're in the bottom 5, if there's guys that are in the B series that have enough points, then you have to race the B series to get back into the A series. So there's always like a
so
cut
the factory
line.
guys on Saturday moved to Friday, and the guys on Friday moved to Saturday.
No.
I'm not fucking understanding,
So
dude.
yeah. So you've got.
Can you draw me a picture?
So you got like the top 20, right?
Yes.
So this is the guy. These are the guys that are racing on Saturday night. Top 20 Supercross. Then there's a Friday qualifying race. Or
the privateers.
The B series race.
Got
right?
it.
And let's say you do 5 of those races. If you've won every single one of those races, you'll end up with like 100 points, right?
Gotcha. No, you're not going to get cut. It's the bottom guys that are going to get cut.
It's the bottom guys in the 450 class. So like let's
on
say,
Saturday. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, and then they're moving down to the B.
So then let's say at round 5 there's a cut. And if you haven't, however the points shake up, if you're a dude,
But then how are the B guys going to get back to the A?
by racing on Friday,
So then are you just saying talk about taking the top 5 guys in B,
and then
they
put 'em in
move
A,
to A?
and then the bottom 5 go into the B.
I mean, that would be exciting. Yeah.
There's like a cut line, you know what I mean? And like maybe it's not 5, maybe there's a way that like you'd really have to be doing well. Like you'd have to be winning everything, and then maybe like 1 guy drops or 2, whatever it is. Like I think that there's a world where you can make that work, so that there's like this cut every 5 races. Like there's a dudes that rotate out, so it's like.
But then if
crucial.
you're trying to keep the pro guys, all factory guys, I don't know.
It would
that
make
one-
it would make it a bit harder. I just
Yeah.
say fuck them off. I'm being way too accommodating. By
But
even letting
it's like I said, it's happening with the combines. Whether people know or not, it's happening.
I believe that Feld would do it tomorrow if it wasn't for the AMA. So there's guys, I won't name names because then I'm just gonna fucking get flamed by the people. I just can't be fucked.
Why not? Let's do it. Let's be unfiltered.
There's a guy,
And his name?
you could look it up if you really cared enough. I'm not gonna put the dude on blast. I'm not trying to be a piece of shit. $60,000 in entry fees that he's paid the AMA in his career. Do you want to know how many main events he's made? Off $60,000 in entries?
I'm going to just go out on a limb and say 1 to 5. Yeah, I was right on.
All right. So
It's the whole reason why we have so many age group classes and why you have 50 class 1 through 5.
so if you're the
It's because
AMA,
that's where they're making money.
if you're the AMA and there's a dude stupid enough to give you 60 grand to race 3 times, you're just going to take that money, aren't you? The AMA would make so much less money if they just didn't let all these dudes sign up. If you had to ask me my opinion, Feld would be like off with their heads.
Well,
But-
because we know they make more money with Disney on Ice and arguably maybe even
But
monster
I
trucks.
don't think that Feld make the money from the entries.
Oh, AMA
Yeah.
is making the
Yeah.
money for the entries.
Yeah. So I think Feld as the promoters would be so happy to be done with privateers and just have like, it's just the top guys, 20 fucking best dudes. There's an injury, you replace them. You have to, like, F1 has the best model, right? Like, and MotoGP. There just needs to be a bike on the track. Like, it's very, very, very rare that you would see if Sonoda gets hurt. Like, there's a dude that's on staff to fill that spot. And that's kind of like my whole argument with it as well, is like, if you made it to where it's like, hey, HRC, 2 bikes have to line up. There was 8 weeks where 2 of the best seats in the sport were just completely vacant. Like Jerry Robin screaming for the ride. You know, like there's guys, they ended up getting Dino, it took a little while. But it's like, nobody
else wanted to ride a bike that they haven't tested on, and then there's a little bit of
Tons
conflict.
of people would have rode those bikes. But what I'm saying is, like, the system's not set up for it. So if you make it the system set up for that, all of the best guys that we're saying we don't want to lose, like all of the guys that are actually capable, let's say tomorrow Supercross went to my format where it's like no privateers, 20 guys, 2 bikes per team, they have to be on the start line. Then you would get Justin Starling, like all these guys that are actually good and should be racing
on
Supercross
good equipment.
Would be factory riders that would be rocking up to the test track Monday to Friday, testing on the best tracks, riding with the best riders, riding on the best bikes. They might not get to race every weekend, but they're getting paid. I guarantee you they would all take that over driving their own bike, paying to enter, making fuck all,
Yeah, but
missing the
see,
main.
with your scenario, one of the riders, they have to get hurt, which is going to happen. There's going to be an empty bike there. However, who are you going to get to? Then you just have a bunch of guys just chilling on the couch waiting for that call.
Well,
unless they're riding the B series.
I was going to say, but then if you've got a B series, they just go and race and then they win and then they're like stars and they're building. Like, Colt, this is a great example, right?
Well, see, this is why I think you should have the privateer class.
I think so too, yeah.
But just have it on Friday and just show highlights of it or something.
We'll
and
put
then the
it
guys
live and free on YouTube.
Yeah, the streaming is available. Could totally do it.
Yeah, you know, and then you're giving everyone a chance. But this is a great example, right? Colt Nichols went out for the Glen Helen, like the Thursday,
the fast lap
stopwatch
nationals. Yeah,
stopwatch nationals. Won some shit. Like won, got the whole shot, won the race. Dude, me as a fan watching Colt Nichols, was he going as fast as...
Give it up to Matt Burkeen for showing that on his YouTube.
Well, all those guys, they've streamed it live as well.
They did that as well.
So I'm, as a fan, watching, and I'm like, I know that he's slower than Jet Lawrence, but he's winning the race, and he's a fucking phenomenal motocross rider. Like, I enjoyed that race in the same... Like, I'm not watching Jet and Eli, but as a motocross fan, I'm still seeing an amazing rider win a dirt bike race.
We're on the same page.
Yeah.
Sister class on Friday.
There you go, bringing up Pride Month. No.
Comment section is turned off for those. I thought that was pretty entertaining.
Dude, I haven't got a chance to speak on that. Fucking idiots.
Well, I mean, they're trying to be more like NFL, where NFL, I think they got, a couple teams got, what was it, $10 million fines for either not showing up or not representing it on their socials or something. The world is ever changing and times have completely changed, and no moto people they don't care. They don't care.
Yeah.
If you're fast on a dirt bike, it doesn't matter what you do behind closed doors. It's nobody's fucking business. So let's just leave it out of it. And that's just plain and simple.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's the kind of shit that like I get pissed off about when people bring up stuff that's outside of moto. Let's just keep it moto. Just keep it fucking moto. We don't need to know about the riders' lives, their wives or whatever. Just keep it fucking moto. Let's keep it about racing. Same thing with that deal. It was a swing and a miss. It was definitely a miss. Like when they turned off the comment section, I was like, "Oh shit!"
I was so proud of Cooper Webb. Like
I missed it because it was turned off.
Yeah,
before.
I had to see it, but like, good on you, Coop. Because I guess my take on it, I was on IG live. I did like a live to promote an episode, and I gave a bit of a take, but like, just fucking read the room. Like, do we want that? Like, does the Supercross how is that going to come across? Like, if you know your audience and if you know the demo and you've read the room, what was the alternate outcome that they thought could have happened there?
Jace, that's where I think I could be wrong, but the people in control are not the fans. They're not in the fan base. They're not getting a mentor or somebody to bring in to be like, hey, what's this work? They just throw it and be done with it.
Yeah, it was
They're
just like
not
a corporate
involved.
box to tick.
Yeah.
From
Oh,
just
this is what we got to do.
Disconnected group of people, and that to me is disappointing.
That just shows the lack of passion that we were talking about, where you're not even going to take the time to find out, is this going to work? You just throw it out there.
But also, like, it's weird on the level of even like feeling as though you have to do that. Like, can someone in that building making that call not just be like, hey guys, we don't really have an audience that is going to be like really receptive to this. Like, there's nothing good that's going to come out of this. And as a company, like, is it that important to us that we need to tick this box? Like, I'm over here, my mum's best friend is gay. My whole life, from when I was a kid, Trevor was just, he worked with mum. They were fucking best mates. They had Sunday brunch and mimosas. Camp is a row of tents.
Camp is what does that even mean?
Camp, it means it's like a slang for gay.
Oh, okay.
And so camp, tents. Camp is a row of tents. You get it?
Sure.
Anyway.
As much as I get the carrots in the ear.
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. It's like I'm completely fine. Like, cool, do your thing. But like, do we need to post that? Does this need to be acknowledged? Like, I don't need anyone to tell me their preferences. I don't need anyone to I don't need anyone to, like, I don't need to know that about people to be cool with them and to like them or not like them. You know what I mean? So it's like,
My
to me,
point is, like,
it's just like, let's just keep, this is just not a net positive thing. Like, we don't need to celebrate this. We don't need to promote this. It's already way too in our culture. Like, let's just,
Jason,
we can let this one go through.
The people that I know, they're like, we don't need to flaunt it.
That's what I'm saying.
Why single us out to make
Yes.
it flaunt?
Yes.
It just, again, it was a swing and a miss where nobody excludes them. You've never seen a press release that says so-and-so was denied access or could not race because of such and such.
Yeah.
Like, it goes without saying that you accept people for who they are and you let them do whatever the fuck they want behind closed doors, as long as it's, I don't need to get into any of that, but so let's just keep dirt bikes.
And equally,
And
though,
again, like, this is the deal where this sport doesn't want to be progressive, like on edge with, I don't know, cussing or anything of that nature. But then we're going to open this stuff up to our
the
kids.
most progressive.
Yeah, to
ideas.
like what's supposed to be like PG.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude, just leave that shit out of here. Like,
I agree.
nobody wants that. I don't want to have a conversation with my kids until it's time. Like, dude, if I just want my kids to be happy, plain and simple. We live in a different world nowadays, okay? But once they're old enough to be able to make their own decisions, we can talk about the feelings. But let's not bring the shit up now. Oops, right? That should have been the oops.
And also, like, and with that being said, it's also not a reason to be like incredibly hateful and to be like, because some of the comments were like a lot. So there's also, even though it's like you might not agree with it, and I'm in the camp of like, bro, fucking, we didn't need this. What did you think was going to happen? But also, like, we should be better than being like ignorant and hateful in comment sections as well when it does come to that, you know?
Again, that's where I'm going back with the communication is 7% words. So when you're only getting that much of the conversation, you could fill in and miss a bunch of context. And that just, it was not receptive. And I don't know who media dude was ready to say that, oh yeah, hell, let's just break this loose. You know,
Yeah, this is a great idea.
Yeah, was not a great idea at all. Swing and miss on that one. And that dude, that has been a hot topic. And again, I do think that again, a lot of our that's why moto is so popular, is because we've got a lot of hardcore older guys that's let's rip 500s and do 40-minute motos. The world is changing, right?
Yeah.
We should change with it. Just that was too progressive for.
But I agree. But my point is like the world's changing in a way where you should be able to be in the boardroom at Feld or
And say
wherever
that.
and say like, hey guys, this isn't the vibe. This isn't the move. This isn't our people. Like we should understand who we are and who's in our sport. And we don't need to celebrate this. This is just not a thing we need to push. And somebody in the organization should have had the confidence to stand up and be like,
Jace, this goes full circle to what we've been talking about to start off, with the lack of, that was a disrespectful question, right? It goes full circle. There is change, and people should be able to speak their mind like that. I think that's more of the issue, is why weren't people able to speak their mind to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that.
That's what I'm saying.
And then why nobody listened if that did happen.
Yeah.
Why did somebody shut you down? Because that's almost more of alarming if somebody did and it shut them down rather than not. But
this was great.
Yeah, like 4 hours, dude. Lots, Fuck, Jace. Therapy session 3.0. I mean, this one was easier than times before, but I always end up,
it's all good.
Lots of things that have changed. Well, no, there's just, life goes on, right? We all do stuff, moto.
And it's hard.
Yeah.
Big thing I'm working on in my own life is just not expecting linear progress. Like I have to fucking uproot my whole life in a couple weeks and just leave America because I don't have my visa anymore. And just wait. Leave my cars here, leave my house here, leave all my shit here. Don't have anything else.
Well, dude, you're going to come back with more energy.
Yeah.
And, the have you read the book, The 10 Habits of Highly Effective People?
Yes. 7 habits.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me.
Great
most
book.
of the time. Yeah, but it talks about just being able to take time. And that goes full circle with this sport having no time to take breaks for people to come back. And literally, creativity happens under the presence of laziness.
Yeah, and being able to just like see things from different perspectives.
Yeah, I mean, most of my creativity happens when I'm not fucking doing things or I'm getting some good sleep. And then, like, hey, I'm going to take 3 weeks off. And then you end up taking a week off because you're like, oh, shit, I got a really good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I just think like just not expecting just constant linear progress. Like it's okay to just be...
Expectations lead to disappointment.
Yeah. So, but no, this was good. I'm glad I got some stuff off my chest. I'm probably going to fucking cop a bunch of shit and it's probably going to keep proliferating this absolute carry on. But it's good. People like it. People like a bit of the drama, the media beef. Steve's, I'm not going to say I like Steve, but I don't not like Steve. I don't really know him on but it's like the guy's got a job to do. He does do a good job. I think he could do some stuff better. This is not a personal attack. If you were lumped into my frustration and my rant, it's how I feel. And I'm in my fucking saying it how I feel era because I can. And I'm saying it because I think, let's say best case scenario, my little carry on that I carried on with today. Maybe it inspires a couple people to go, you know what? Fuck it. Let's all go in. Let's do the press conference. Let's make it good. Let's force Feld's hand. They pump a couple 10 Gs into production. The best guys are in there asking the best questions. The views go up. The fucking Peacock puts it on on the stream, and we're all better for it. And all it took was me carrying on like a bit of a
There's an actual
dickhead.
table that goes with the sport. It's not just like the plastic table that's strapped over with, make the guys sit at little lawn chairs, make it a little bit up.
Yeah. So maybe that'll happen. But anyway, you're a fucking good dude. I appreciate your content. I love watching what you do. 3 times on the pod. You're a vet now, bro. Cooper Webb has 3 titles. You've got 3 Gypsy Tales appearances.
Yeah, this is the moment, you know it, when you've made it.
Appreciate it. Thanks for making the effort.
Yeah, let's go grab some dinner.
Anything else? Point the people to your socials. You got anything else coming up? Any more races you'll be at? Any more controversy you're going to stir up?
Like I said, I went to one moto race and that ended up being pretty viral. I'm planning on going to some of the SMXs, but that's probably the next races that I'm going to be at. I thought about maybe Redbud, but I'm just going to hang out with the family because, you know, that's
4th of July.
Yeah, that's my priority and always my priority. This is a passion. This is fun. You know, I'm lucky enough to be able to be a part of something that I love that I can do when I want, right? I'm gonna I don't know if I'm gonna go to Dubai for the Beast World Championships.
Yeah.
And if I don't do that, I probably will do the T100 in Vegas, which is just another triathlon.
Yeah.
You know, because gotta have some goals.
Yeah.
For stuff. Yeah.
Beautiful.
I mean, everyone knows. Yeah. Let's just leave it at that. People. Yeah. I could go on. I don't know where's the nice icebreaker to end this. Just say bye.
That's it.
Rob.
Johnny Hopper, ladies
Rob.
and gentlemen, fucking bro.
Yeah. Johnny fucking Hopper.
This was awesome, mate. Appreciate it.
If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. And to listen to the full 3-hour podcast, search Gypsy Tales in your favorite podcast platform or click the link in the description below. Gypsy Gang.